announcements, please. Thank you. Roll call, Ms. Marks.
Mr. Griffith,
Present.
Mr. Haas,
Here.
Ms. Howe. Here. Ms. McDermott. Here. Mr. McGinley,
Present.
Mr. Ferry,
Here.
Ms. Radel. Here. Ms. Edmond. Here. Mr. Snead,
Present.
Mr. Urban.
Here.
Mr. Vogt,
Here.
all present.
Thank you. Just like to make a couple announcements. As you can see, this is a little bit different than what we were used to last year. First of all, I'd like to thank the IT department for all the work they did in setting this up. We believe everything is in good working order, but obviously this is our first meeting with these circumstances. So if there's a glitch, please pardon us. We'll work to get that straightened out. One other item, we have now very, very sensitive microphones. These microphones that we're accustomed to are not working now. There's other microphones which are hooked into that monitor that you see behind you. So people speak or even whisper, there's a good possibility that's going to be picked up by the microphones. So please be cognizant of that. We have a couple other, I want to thank the buildings and grounds people. They did a great job in cleaning the whole room and sanitizing it. They really worked hard, and it's really very, very presentable. I want to thank you very much. We're trying to follow the CDC guidelines, so we're asking anybody who is not vaccinated to please wear a mask. Obviously, if you've been vaccinated, that's not required. And we're trying to offer a little more space throughout the room so that we have a little bit of space between everything. I'd like to also recognize a couple of things before we get started. The County Cares Commission had a resource day over Kirby Park a couple Sundays ago and really did a great job. A lot of people were there, a lot of the agencies were there, and it's really a very fine activity. And I want to commend the County Cares Group for doing that. That was really a very, very positive experience. And finally, I'd like to thank the budget and finance people for the county. I think as you're all aware, we had our audit done on time, June 28th. You're going to hear about the audit later in the work session. But that was quite an accomplishment. We certainly deserve the credit to get that done on time. I think that's all I have to say at this point. I'm just trying to set the tone a little bit. Going down the list here, I asked Mr. DeLuca to comment on the executive sessions.
I have two executive sessions to announce. One was July 5th at 6 p.m. That was conducted over Teams, and that was regarding employment matter. And tonight at 5 p.m., there was an executive session regarding litigation, Musco versus Luzerne County, and also employment matters.
Thank you. We have no recognitions or ceremony proclamations this evening. Additions or deletions to the voting session agenda?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
I would like to move agenda item 11A from the work session to the voting session.
Agenda item 11A, so we know what.
That is the Hughes and Daughters interested in purchasing county-owned property.
Any objections to that? Hearing none, we'll add that to the end of our voting session, which will be number 16 currently.
I would
Yes,
also, I don't think that the procedural motion to suspend bylaws really applies tonight, because we're all here.
I agree tonight, if we had somebody calling, it might be an issue, but not this evening.
Right.
So
So I don't think we need it on tonight's agenda.
I agree. We also had that litigation, Mr. Musco and the Wilkes-Barre, Wyoming Valley Airport, number 6. That is not being decided this evening, so that will be removed from the agenda. Anyone else?
Mr. McGinley,
Yes, sir.
I'd like to remove item number 5, which is the one establishing the property assessed clean energy program. We need to get more information on that. I had that taken off the agenda at the last one, but we haven't had a chance to properly vet that process, so I want that I would like to have that taken off the agenda. And item number 10 as well. I have that on, delete item number 10, but I'm not gonna worry about that. I'll forget that one for now.
Well, let me ask a question. Ms. Courtnall, I think you said there would be somebody available to speak to us regarding number 5.
There is.
So should we move that to the work session?
If you could do that, that would be wonderful.
Is that all right, Ms.
Yeah.
Courtnall?
It's fine.
Okay. So number 5 will then go and slip back to the work session for this evening. Okay? Everybody have that? So we'll take it off tonight's voting session. No objections, and we'll put it on the work session because we do have somebody available to provide information in that regard, okay?
And Mr. McGinley, if I could, I would like to add a motion to have a discussion about mandatory drug testing. That we could possibly get that on the agenda, to talk about that briefly. At the work session?
Yeah.
Okay,
That'll work.
that's fine.
Yeah, it really requires no action for me, that's right.
Okay, that's fine.
We certainly can have a.
If you put that on the work session, that'd be great.
Sure.
I would like to take Harry's item number 13 and move that to the work session. I think that came up last time, right before we left, right before we had public comment. I don't think we really had enough time to explore it, aside from the fact that I believe Ms. Crocomo is giving a PowerPoint tonight on the American Rescue Plan.
The only problem-
I'd like to keep it just there,
Excuse me, 1 second, okay?
just introducing.
Excuse me, 1 second. The issue with that would be the fact that any council member could present a ordinance in written form, and that would have to be on our session, so. We have to keep it on, we can do whatever we wish when we get there, but at this point in time, he submitted it, you know, in the format that was supposed to be required, so it has to be on the.
Okay. Okay.
Okay? Anyone else? Okay, do we have a motion to approve the agenda with the additions and deletions that we just went over?
So moved, Walter?
Okay, Mr. Griffith? And do we have a second for Mr. Griffith?
Second.
Ms. Houck? Thank you. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any in opposition, any abstention? None heard, motion carried. Okay, as Ms. Houck indicated, today everybody's here. We're glad to see everybody's face again. I haven't had that opportunity for many months, so that is not necessary. So we're at public comment on agenda items. So we have several people who have indicated
8:10.
on agenda items.
We should do on-site and then online, or online and then on-site. to make it a little easier.
You tell me what to do, Jared, excuse me again.
You can do on-site first if you want.
Okay, one person at a time? Not sure what he's.
On-site first, on-site
Yes,
first.
people here. No one has indicated agenda item, so I'm gonna have to ask, okay? Jim Spack? Jim Spack? Is Jim outside?
You might be in the hallway.
Would you ask, please? Thank you. Frank Chest? Is it on agenda item, Frank? Is it on an agenda item?
Probably not.
Probably not, then that'll be at the end of the session, okay? Frank? Jim,
Yes.
you have your comment on an agenda item?
Well, I'm not sure because I didn't look at the agenda, but I'd
Would
like
you
to
ask-
say.
would you give us the
about-
comment, please?
Pardon?
What are you referring to, please?
I would like to say a few words about the need for council to take action on the climate crisis.
That would be at the end of the session, Jim.
Okay.
It's not on our agenda, okay? Thank you. Megan Weber. Yes, Megan.
It's a non-agenda item.
To be at the end of the voting session, please,
That's correct.
okay? Elizabeth Hartman?
Yep.
Agenda item?
No, it'll be after, non-agenda item.
Thank you. Mark Darto?
Same here, not an agenda item.
Okay. Mr. Ola?
I don't know whether it's agenda item or not, but the topic would be the criteria that you folks are using for selecting folks to be the committee to select the county manager.
It's not on the agenda, but you certainly can comment at the end of the voting session. Okay? Thank you. Ms. Hartman, you had sent us a couple emails, but you're here, so you're going to have a chance to speak.
Yeah, thank
Same way,
you.
Ms. Weber, I think you had sent us an email. You're here, so you're going to have a chance to speak,
And
okay?
just to clarify, even though we are present, they are still going to go on record for this meeting, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, thank
Yeah,
you.
you have it correct.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, do we have a motion to approve the minutes of June 22?
Mr. Chairman, this is Mark Rabo speaking.
Somebody's online asking.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Rabo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is on agenda item for the Hazleton Public Transit. There is an intermodal being constructed as we speak, as you and the rest of the council are aware. It's being built at the Hazleton Regional Airport. It's a $22 million facility that is being built. I believe that in light of this, I don't know if there's the committee for the to negotiate a merger between LCTA and Hazleton Transit is still being bantered around. But I would hope that those discussions would, resume in light of the fact that now that there is a proposal to intermerge the two transportation facilities or transportation authorities. This needs to happen because this would be a benefit to all of the residents of Luzerne County who transport between the southern end and the northern end, and likewise from the northern end to the southern end. So I think that that needs to be talked about, and as well as if there's no talks, that Hazleton should consider forming their own transportation authority if there's no talks being resumed. Also, with regards to the ballot study on the Government Study Commission, I would ask that there needs to be a introduction because of what was transpired in the past two meetings with regards to the nepotism, cronyism, and all the other things that have taken place in the past few years. I don't think the residents of Luzerne County, when they voted to go to home rule, wanted the nepotism and cronyism to continue under another form of government. So I think that the council needs to take heed and let the people decide if they want to continue with this form of government as is. That is all I have, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else here?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, please. Who's this?
Hello, this is Alan Pugh from Dallas Township, reference to the agenda item of the daughter property.
Very good. Go ahead, young man.
Thank you. I'd like to just say thank you for your time. I'm Alan Pugh. We have put a proposal in to purchase several county properties. They're not on the tax roll, located in Dallas Township. Our family has been on this street from the 40s. So we have a long history in this area of the municipality. We have two new homes on that street from previous lots we developed when on that particular area, including the one that the daughters themselves live in. We have rehabbed multiple homes in the township of Dallas, as well as others, and subdivided properties that were previously nonprofit and put them back on the tax rolls with millions of dollars worth of assessed values. We've done this all out of our own family funds. We have purchased all our properties and not asked for any tax breaks or anything else to accomplish this. Currently in this particular area, we have owned property there for many years. We have purchased a numerous amount of lots from private individual, and these are some of the lots that are in the county name off the tax rolls that we're interested in. We plan on building two homes for our family on large lots and then developing the rest of the parcels. If you're not familiar with this area, it's made up of hundreds of small parcels. The 6 lots in question, what the daughter have expressed an interest in after we made a proposal to the county, all of them touch property owned by Alan and Brenda Pugh. Several are completely surrounded by properties owned by Alan and Brenda Pugh. And only one, in fact, touches the daughter current property. The lots by themselves are unbuildable unless connected with the lands around them. We did try to resolve this, but we have not yet reached an agreement with Daughter. We did reach an agreement with another person up there was interested in property that reached out to the county, and we have resolved it. We continue. We've also reached out to all the people in that area that own land, because again, we grew up with most of these people over the many years up there to see what interests they may or may not have. If the county is inclined to allow the neighbor to now enter into this purchase agreement, we would ask and suggest the fairest way would be to have a live auction between the two parties. We do not feel a sealed bid would be a proper venue and would be a fair resolution to this, and that the best potential increase of proceeds to the county would in fact be a live auction between the interested parties. And we understand that and would be fine with it. So we do appreciate your time and thank you very much for the efforts to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pugh. Jared, anyone else?
There's a few people on, but.
Go ahead. We're good? Okay, back to the minutes. I've been informed here that we have some typos in the minutes. Page 5 of 8 it says 70%, it should be 60%. Seventh year. Turning over to page 6 of 8, it should be 40%. Without 40%, and in the ninth year, it should be 20%, not the 60% right now. So there's 1, 2, 3.
Can someone hear me? Hello?
And now, someone's on the TV.
Please,
Hello?
okay, but please don't start.
Sorry.
Can anyone hear
Who's
me?
speaking? Who's speaking?
Mr. Manta, I was trying to get in. I guess I was muted. That was a public
I can't
comment.
tell you that or not. You want to speak on agenda items, Mr. Manta?
Pardon me?
Do you want to speak on agenda items?
Yes, I do.
Go ahead.
Okay, on the agenda items about the Luzerne County Transportation and Hazleton Transportation, I think this would be a good situation for the Luzerne County Council to reach out to both entities and say, look, instead of trying to divide the funds, they should reach out to each other to combine the funds to join into one entity so that people could get the best service from Luzerne County to Hazleton, or from Luzerne County Transportation to Hazleton County Transportation, and from Hazleton down. It would be more advantageous for both entities to combine so that they can purchase more motors together on a co-op basis, so they could purchase more coaches together, and have all the buses be propane instead of diesel. And this way it would save the taxpayers money, and the money that's allocated from the budget for Luzerne County to give to Hazleton, which should be intertwined between both organizations. I mean, it just seems funny that Pennsylvania saw something with the three entities, Lackawanna County, Luzerne County, and Hazleton, to come together and be one unit. It would save money, and now it seems like it's thrown to the wind, and they're not going to do this jointure. And I think it would be a second point would be, I believe Mr. Pugh has a good point. I believe it should go to a live auction, and I think that would be the fairest way to adjudicate the different properties that are in question. Thank you very much, and I'll wait for my answer.
Okay, anybody else? Karen?
We have 19 people on, but I don't know if they'll come.
Okay. Well, let's go back to the minutes while we're assessing that part of it. Everybody understand the 3 typos? Page 5 of 8, letter C under 8B, that should be 60 written out. The next page, which would be page 6 of 8, that should be 40. And finally on E, that should be 20.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
A clarification. So letter F there's going to be no abatement. Perhaps that should read after the 9th year, the exemption shall terminate, because really there's no abatement for the 10th year. If we can clarify that for the record.
There's no tax abatement.
Yeah.
Is that the proper thing to do?
I don't know exactly what
From the order. 9th year, they get down to 20%, the 10th year it's 0%. So is the burden complete at that point?
This is supposed to be a memorialization of what was after.
Right.
So I don't have that in front of me exactly what the resolution, that's right.
That's
from
the wording
resolution.
of the resolution, so
Okay.
I didn't change that one. I changed the others, and
Okay.
neglected to change the written verbal, but I did change the numeric.
Well, there's nothing listed for the 10th year as far as the abatement.
Right.
It says that the exemption shall terminate. So I think we're covered.
But we put it, change 10th to 9th in just to be sure, because there it's a little ambiguous.
Well, the 9th year, no, there is an abatement.
Right,
The 10th year, there is not an abatement.
correct. So it says after the 9th year, because year 10, there's no abatement. See what I'm saying?
I know, I understand what you're saying, but the 9th year, there is an abatement, the 10th year, there is not.
I want to be super clear.
I know, yeah, I understand, and I think it is super clear, but.
Was this placed into a resolution that was posted on the website already?
It should have been, and I signed the resolution shortly after the meeting.
I think you have to go.
That one
to the
wasn't
resolution.
signed. That one wasn't signed. Because there was some issues with the wording in a paragraph that had to be deleted.
Okay. That will be, it's not up on the website, it will be up on the website. And we'll make sure that that's listed in that manner on the website. Let's approve the minutes if we can with those amendments as indicated. And if we have to, we'll bring the minutes back next time with that other amendment if necessary.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
he could amend the resolution, correct, at some point?
Oh,
If he
yeah.
wants to clarify that, he can make the amendment to change the resolution to state that language.
Yeah, we could.
And we could probably do that at the next meeting. I agree with Harry. I think that's it's kind of ambiguous saying that they're actually going to get a tax abatement in the 10th year.
Yeah, but there's
So,
nothing listed for it. So.
exactly. So maybe we need to make a resolution to.
It doesn't say it goes
amend.
away.
No.
Right.
But, obviously they're not going to get anything either. Do we have a motion to approve the minutes with those 3 amendments? And if we have to make the adjustment, we'll bring that back.
So moved.
Mr. Saban, do we have a second?
Second, Schnick.
Mr. Sneed. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposition?
No.
Mr. Urban and Mr. Griffin?
Yes.
Any abstentions? Thank you. Moving down to agenda items, motion to adopt the resolution authorizing the county manager to execute a right-of-way agreement between Luzerne County and Transcontinental Gas Pipeline Company, LLC. We have a motion.
Mr. McGinley, if I could interrupt, we have to do old business.
Pass. Well, yeah, you're right.
Okay. Under old business, I have two items. Obviously, the codification, we need to get moving on that codification. I know we did the RFP. I don't know where that
We got
stands.
one reply and we sent that to the office a lot of review.
Okay.
And shortly, we'll probably have group of people working on that to make sure this is what we want.
Okay.
But we did get one reply this time.
Okay, and then the other thing that I wanted to just make the council aware that last week, or our last meeting, we adopted to send 3 people to CCAP with a 4th able to go for free, and our bylaws state that we can only do 2. So we may need to make an amendment to, or something to waive that rule that's in our bylaws that says there's only 2 allowed to go.
Well, I did mention that at the meeting, that our bylaws only said 2.
Oh, did you? I didn't hear that.
I did. The
Okay.
council wanted to send 3, and certainly council has the right to do that. And that's what we voted on and approved.
So
So they can review
procedurally, do we need to make a formal motion to waive that section of our bylaws in order to do that?
We're not gonna do that tonight.
Okay.
We may in the future have to do that. We're not gonna do it tonight.
Okay.
But the codification, we did receive 1 RFP reply. That's the second RFP. So we're going to be moving on that, but it's been difficult to find somebody to do it, to be honest with you.
That's all I have under old business.
Thank you. Motion to adopt a resolution authorizing county manager to execute a right-of-way agreement between Luzerne County and Transcontinental Gas Pipeline Company LLC. Do you have a motion?
If I may, Chairman
We need
McGinley.
a motion first.
Present it.
Mr. Sneed. Second. And Mr. Bo, go ahead and on the question, Mr. Corporal.
It just, it can be amended to designate me as the acting county manager to execute all documents. States very particular as to who signs the documents. And if the resolution says that someone other than myself signs the documents, there may be an issue.
So it is you, right? The way it's written. County manager.
Well, it has Dave's name.
Oh, but it's not gonna have Dave's name, it's written in the sign.
Whereas the application.
This was submitted when Dave was still the manager.
Change the resolution, does not have the same.
Okay.
Okay, the one that I have does, the resolution doesn't.
And-
No, in the body of the resolution.
Yeah. Okay,
Don't see the thing. Just says, whereas the applicant does hereby designate David Petrie, Esquire, county manager.
is that in the resolution or the submittal for the agenda?
No, I'm looking at the resolution. The resolution that I have has that.
Must be a good one.
Separate resolution.
I thought we,
You're showing page 10? Page 10 and 75 in the agenda? Oh, sorry, on page 25.
Oh, 20.
yeah, I thought, Ms. Lawrence brought that to my attention and I thought we contacted you.
Excuse me, we cannot hear anything out here in the audience. There are no microphones in this room anymore, and we can't hear a word.
Excuse me, Mr. Shiner, there are microphones in the room. They're very sensitive microphones and.
And they're going out to the internet. They're not coming through the speakers here, so we cannot hear anything.
That's part of why we had the run through last Thursday and part of why I said at the beginning, if there are glitches, we'll try to work with it. We'll try to speak louder so you may hear, but I'm.
Greatly appreciated.
Sure.
This is from, well, page 25 is the next. Oh, okay, agenda item. I'm sorry, my apologies.
Okay, so we're good with that one. Mr. Sneed made the motion, Mr. Vo made the second. Any question? Roll call, please.
Mr. Griffith,
Yes.
Mr. Haas,
Yes.
Ms. Howe,
Yes.
Ms. McDermott,
Yes.
Mr. Perry,
Yes.
Ms. Radel,
Yes.
Ms. Sedman,
Yes.
Mr. Schnee,
Yes.
Mr. Urban,
I'm gonna abstain just because I still have questions in my mind about the legality of the acting county manager having a dual role capacity. Because by resolution 2016-50, it still states that she is chief solicitor.
Yes.
Abstain.
Mr. Vogt.
Yes.
Mr. McGinley,
Yes.
10 yes, 1 extension.
Thank you. Number 2, motion to adopt a resolution requesting a multimodal transportation fund grant from the Pennsylvania Commonwealth Financing Authority. Do we have a motion?
Let's make an amendment.
Well, we have to get a motion first and a second, then we can make an amendment.
Present.
Ms. Sedman, do we have a second, please?
Second.
Ms. Radel? Mr. Bo?
This is what the county manager was referring to. We changed David Pedri to remove the Kokomo.
Correct. We're going to have an amendment to change the name to reflect Ms. Kokomo as the acting county manager. Mr. Bo makes that amendment. Do we have a second to that? Mr. Sneed?
On the question of the.
Go ahead.
Do we have to have a name? Can we not just say the county manager? Because if you, I don't know what the timeline for the signature of these documents is, but if we have a county manager that is not Ms. Kokomo, and we passed resolutions with the name in it, you know, we might have to forget that too. Can we just remove the name altogether?
It's really meant in terms of being the county manager. I have no objection if you feel more comfortable changing it just to county manager, but
Make it acting county manager, just county manager.
I really, whatever the preference would be.
Well, she's
There's no
county manager,
legal
whether she's acting
issue.
or not.
I'll change that.
Well, how
Change my
about-
amendment to county manager.
Yeah, just take Mr. Pedri's name out, and I'll be the county manager.
Yes.
That'd be your motion, Mr. Bo. Sneed, you second that?
Second.
Everybody understand on the amendment, please? Thank you. Roll call on the amendment to change Mr. Pedri's name to just county manager.
Mr. Haas,
Yes.
Ms. Howe,
Yes.
Ms. McDermott? Yes. Mr. Perry?
Yes.
Ms. Radel?
Yes.
Ms. Sedman?
Yes.
Mr. Schnee?
Yes.
Mr. Urban?
Yes.
Mr. Vogt?
Yes.
Mr. Griffin?
Yes.
Mr. McGinley?
Yes.
11.
Thank
Yes.
you. So now we have a motion by Ms. Sedman, second by Ms. Radel, with the amendment. On the question?
On the question, Mr. Chair?
Go ahead.
So this is just an application for the grant,
That's
it's not execution of it.
Yes,
That's
it's just
correct.
the application.
And do we know, Ms. Manager, that, are they going to extend the highway, or are they just going to cut some of the existing road and make a pipeline? Know anything about that?
I don't believe they're extending, but I can follow up.
Okay, because those are pretty rural areas there.
Right.
It's going to be a little tight. But I don't know how I feel about that, to be honest with you. I'm all about bikes, but I don't know, reservations about that. But if it's just for the application, I guess that's
Yeah,
appropriate.
just for the application. We don't have any grant at this point, it's just a submittal requesting a grant. Roll call, please.
Ms. Howe,
Yes.
Ms. McDermott? Yes. Mr. Perry?
Yes.
Ms. Radel?
Yes.
Ms. Sedman?
Yes.
Mr. Schnee?
Yes.
Mr. Urban?
No.
Mr. Vogt?
Yes.
Mr. Griffin?
Yes.
Mr. Haas?
Yes.
Mr. McGinley?
Yes.
10 yes, 1 no.
Thank you. Number 3, motion to introduce the ordinance amending the 2021 fiscal year budgets for Luzerne County 911. A motion.
So moved.
Ms.
Second.
McDermott, Ms. Seaman,
Yes.
on the question?
The question, there are just a couple things that need to be, like, there's a couple typos in here. I mean, I could send them to somebody, because this is just a motion to introduce it.
Right,
I could send the typo corrections to someone.
that'd be great. Thank you. Anyone else? Roll call, please.
Ms. McDermott?
Yes.
Mr. Perry?
Yes.
Ms. Radel?
Yes.
Ms. Sedman?
Yes.
Mr. Schnee?
Yes.
Mr. Urban?
Yes.
Mr. Vogt?
Yes.
Mr. Griffin?
Yes.
Mr. Haas?
Yes.
Ms. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. McGinley?
Yes.
Unanimous.
Very good. Motion to introduce the ordinance amending the 2021 fiscal year budgets for Luzerne County probation. We have a motion.
So moved. Kendrick?
Ms. Radel, we have a second.
Second.
Now, Mr. Perry, second. On the question? Roll call, please.
Mr. Perry?
Yes.
Ms. Radel?
Yes.
Ms. Sedman?
Yes.
Mr. Schnee?
Yes.
Mr. Urban?
Yes.
Mr. Vogt?
Yes.
Mr. Griffin?
Yes.
Mr. Haas?
Yes.
Ms. Howe?
Yes.
Ms. McDermott?
Yes.
Mr. McGinley?
Yes.
Unanimous.
Thank you. Number 5, we move to the work session Number 6, we remove completely from the agenda items. We're down to number 7. Motion to adopt a resolution committing a local match for the state operating assistance for Luzerne County Transportation Authority. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Ms. McDermott, do we have a second?
Second.
Mr. Perry, on the question?
Yes. Yes.
Yes, go ahead.
I don't, is Ralph on the phone or?
We're not at Hazel, we're still at LCTA
Oh,
side.
okay, I'm sorry.
That's next,
Next.
okay? Hey, roll call.
Ms. Radel?
Yes.
Ms. Sedman?
Yes.
Mr. Schnee?
Yes.
Mr. Urban?
I'm gonna abstain first reason that I gave at the beginning of the meeting.
Mr. Vogt?
Yes.
Mr. Griffin?
Yes.
Mr. Hawes?
Yes.
Ms. Howe? Yes. Ms. McDermott? Yes. Mr. Perry?
Yes.
Mr. McGinley?
Yes,
10 yes, 1 abstention.
thank you. Motion to adopt a resolution committing a local match for the state operating assistance for Hazleton Public Transit. Do we have-
Presented, Schnee.
Mr. Snee, do we have a second from Mr. Snee?
Second.
Mr. Perry? On the question, segment,
Yes. Is Ralph on the phone or?
I believe you.
I am. I am.
Okay.
All right,
And I believe the mayor is going to join us as well.
Okay.
The mayor is here.
It's myself and the mayor and our solicitor, Sean Laws, is on the line.
Okay, my question is, do you have any numbers for the number of passengers we pick up in Carbon and Schuylkill?
I do. So I pulled up some numbers for the last 6 months. So the last 6 months, Schuylkill County, we did 2,672 trips in and out of Schuylkill, and Carbon County was 1,930 trips.
That's not passengers, that's trips, right?
That is correct.
Okay, so when we go to Carbon and Schuylkill County, do we go into the county or just at the boundary line between Hazleton and Carbon and Schuylkill?
We go into the counties.
Okay. And this year they again refused to give us any contribution.
We're always in contact, and I know this last year was bad due to COVID. So we had limited conversations, but some, and like in the past, I guess we had no positive results.
Thank you.
Welcome.
other people on the question?
I'd like to follow what Sheila's asking about, if I could, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
You talking about the $20,000, Sheila, that
Yes.
we're paying that neighboring
Yes.
counties aren't helping out?
That's correct, Harry.
So I'm doing my math there. It's about 4,700 trips that we're doing. It's about $5 a trip.
$1.50 a trip.
Right, I mean, I'm sure it costs a lot more than $5 that we're paying for, so it seems, I like where you're going with that, Sheila. We've been talking that for years. I don't know, would you like to withhold that $20,000 match pending some movement on that?
Yes,
maybe?
yes, I would.
So I think I know where you're going with that.
Mr. Sharp, can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, I can.
What amount of money would be owed from Schuylkill and Carbon County?
Schuylkill County's match, or I shouldn't say match, Schuylkill County's portion is $3,403. Carbon County's portion is $16,824. And Luzerne County's match would be $168,811.
Okay,
Mr. McGinley, this is Mayor Cassett.
go ahead, Mayor Cassett.
Thank you, thank you. I just was wondering if the Luzerne buses go into Lackawanna, how many trips they go in, and what's the contribution that Lackawanna gives to Luzerne County? Or if Luzerne gives Lackawanna, any, I mean.
America said, I think, did we lose you?
No, I'm here.
Okay, go ahead. I thought we may have.
Okay, so my question is, does the Luzerne buses go into Lackawanna County? How many trips do they go into Lackawanna? And do we withhold money from Lackawanna contribution from Luzerne?
Well, that's a good question, but I think at this point, we're talking about your particular situation. We certainly can find out the information in that regard.
I would appreciate that, because I believe you just voted on giving Lackawanna their full match, to Luzerne, the full match.
Voted on Luzerne LCTA to get their full amount. We did not vote on Lackawanna. That's a different county, and they have their own organization.
I misspoke, I'm sorry, but I think you got the
Okay,
gist
no
of my
problem.
question.
We don't contribute any money to Lackawanna as a local match.
None.
I think Colts actually has runs into Luzerne County.
No, I'm sorry, does Lackawanna contribute to Luzerne?
We don't.
Both. We go into there, they come into her.
I know Lackawanna comes down to the casino, only because I happen to know that. I mean, I don't know what runs they make or don't make, but I do know they come down to the casino. It doesn't help us right now, but
But I mean, I appreciate Sheila bringing, if I could, Mr. Chair.
Sure.
I appreciate her bringing, because we've been talking about this for years, and we've got absolutely no traction. And unfortunately, the people are going to be the ones in the crossfire, that these residents, these several hundred, several thousand, whatever they are. But I think until we say, look, you're in jeopardy, not going to be funny, I don't think we're going to see any movement on this. And it's been going on for years.
Yeah, and I don't disagree with you, Mr. Ross. I think that well stated. What you said.
I would, just exactly what you said, and most of those riders are older people, Harry. So by the time they would make accommodations with family members or whatever, I would say, give them this year, but give them a letter that they're done if they're not contributing next year, just for those older people that ride those buses.
Well, this is for next year.
Mr. McGinley.
Yes, go ahead. I'm sure.
We,
Mr. Sharp?
Yes, our job here in Hazleton, we've been supplying transportation throughout the area since mid-1985 exactly. We supply safe and reliable transportation, and we've been doing this all along. And we go into these counties, and we're bringing people from Carbon, from Schuylkill into Luzerne for work, shop, appointments, and they're spending money in Luzerne County. They're bringing revenue into Luzerne County. And like I said, we've been doing this since the mid-'80s, and we're not making these rules up that we need money, this percentage of funds. PennDOT makes the rules. We just abide by them. So respectfully, we're asking for the local match, because we don't want to stop. Even if we would stop service, PennDOT still requires us that same local match. It doesn't matter if we don't go into McAdoo or we don't go into Weatherly area. As long as PennDOT's giving us that same dollar amount, we need the same local match.
Okay. Mr. David, you're not part of the council. I'm sorry.
And I'm sorry?
I'm speaking to another person here. Sorry.
Mr. Sharp.
Yes.
You get a letter from the state of Pennsylvania. What does it say your match should be?
One moment, let me get my paperwork here. 180. Our local match amount, is $189,038. And by us getting that money, that they give to us almost $2.5 million, or $2.2 million. And what our mayor was trying to say earlier was, if LCTA goes into Lackawanna County, he was trying to say, are you asking Lackawanna County for any funds because LCTA is going in there? That's what the mayor was trying to say. Or when Lackawanna County comes into Luzerne County, are they asking for funds from Luzerne County? like you'd like us to do to count Schuylkill and Corbin.
Mr. McGinley?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Mr. Sharp, it's Walter Griffith. I just wanted to know, of that $189,038, if you in fact stop servicing Carbon and Schuylkill County, what would that do to that match number? Would that reduce it at all, or would
No.
it stay the same? It doesn't matter, right?
It wouldn't matter. That match would still be the same because they're giving us the $2.7 million for operating expenses.
So your operating expenses won't be reduced at all by not servicing Carbon or Schuylkill, correct?
That is correct. It would not be reduced. It would remain the same.
So basically, all we'll be doing is taking ridership away from people that need to use the bus service from Carbon and Schuylkill and possibly bring them into jobs in Hazleton, correct?
That is correct. And I might add this also. People that come in from Schuylkill and Carbon, they're not only coming into Hazleton, they come into our bus facility downtown, and we go to Wilkes-Barre 6 days a week. They're coming in and going up to Wilkes-Barre and up in the square, the casino they're going to. They're going to the mall. They have appointments downtown, wherever they go. Once we bring them up to Wilkes-Barre to your station downtown, they get on a LCTA bus, and then if they have to go further out, they go where they have to go. So we are working with LCTA. And LCTA is working with Holtz up in Lackawanna. We are all working together. We all accept each other's transfers. If we need something, they help us out. If they need something, we help them. So we are all working together currently.
Anyone else with questions?
I mean, there was an opportunity to partake in the merger with Colts, but Hazleton opted out of it. Hazleton Public Transit opted out of it.
No, the city would be great. The city will be glad to merge and take control of the Luzerne County the system. We'll be glad to merge and take control.
Well, I don't think that's going to happen.
Well, I'm just saying because, you know, I just don't think it can be had both ways here. With all due respect, Mr. Sharp said you provide reliable, safe transportation since 1984. That's 37 years. 37 times 20,000 years, $740,000. That's opposed to $1 million. That, I love helping people, but again, if you look at neighboring counties should, commissioners from Schuylkill and Carbon should pay their fair share. And I just don't think we're getting any leverage by just paying the bill every year. So I think something's got to be done. I know Hazleton City doesn't pay a dime into the system. Luzerne, we've been paying this bill since 1984 at least. So perhaps the city would like to come along and partake, or at least try to move the ball towards that direction, because $740,000 is a lot of money.
In the last 35 years, what did Lackawanna contribute?
Well, we're on Hazleton and.
I understand, but he just brought that up about the other counties. I mean.
I understand. But we're talking about the Hazleton transportation at this point. I think you raised some good points. We can get that information, but
a lot of those people that are coming, a lot of the people that are coming from those counties are coming here and they're going to work in Hazel Township inside these plants. Those plants are, I believe Hazel Township is the #1 contributor to the county taxes for the city. So you start taking them people that are coming here to work, you're going to be putting those places out of business, and we're going to lose tax revenue on them. So, I mean, there's a lot of factors that have to come in here. It's not just one thing here that you're saying that they should contribute. I mean, you know, it's trickle down here.
Mr. Seaman?
Yes, I remember last year when we discussed this, and the year before, and I think Mr. Sharp, not last year because of COVID, you know, there were things that were not followed through with. But I think you talked to both Carbon and Schuylkill, and their response was nothing. Maybe they need a letter. Maybe, as Mr. Schnee has said, they need a letter that would say, we're going to take maybe some financial action.
And, we don't have to say we're cutting off service immediately, but make it a very strong letter to see where their contribution, what they will do in service for contribution.
Mr. Urban, I think you're next.
What I don't understand is that if you stop buses going to two other counties, how you don't reduce operating expense. I mean, I would think if you don't have buses rolling or something mechanical rolling into two other counties, the operating expense would go down. From a funding formula perspective.
Well,
I mean, that's number one. I mean, if you stop service, period, you're not rolling buses into the other counties where you're not putting wear and tear on those buses. You're not having to pay workers into those counties.
Right, no,
Right?
I understand that this situation has never came up till just recently, the past few years. So we never had to inquire about what the loss of revenue would be from PennDOT. Once, if we would stop going into those counties and hypothetically speaking, PennDOT, let's say, okay, we're gonna take off 300,000 off you. That money goes back into the pot. Once that money goes back into the pot, we'll never get it back again. That's distributed to amongst other transit agents. And then if we would decide to go into those counties again, if they would decide to contribute, then we would be losing money because we lost that money originally up front. So it's to stop service into those counties would be a no-win situation for anyone.
I mean, I get that portion of the conversation. I was talking about operating expense in general. When you stop service to other counties, your operating expense goes down. That's just simple, operations of any type of business. Regarding the numbers, you mentioned the trips. I'm still interested in how many people are serviced from those other counties, just like Ms. Saban had said, and that I think is very telling itself. So I think you should provide those numbers to us.
I could try, yes.
I'd like to, so if we don't go into those counties, those routes are still gonna continue. We're gonna stop at the border and turn around. So it's not like we're gonna stop those routes totally. I mean, so going into Carbon County might be 2 of 10 stops on a route. So the expenses are still gonna be the same. The route's gonna be 15 minutes faster. It's not gonna cut, and that's why the expenses are not gonna decrease.
You still have less miles.
Mr. Haas, I think you had a question?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, what's the deadline on the match? What does it do to PennDOT?
That's a good question. Maybe Mr. Sharp, give us a deadline.
The deadline, our new fiscal year already began July 1. The fiscal year began July 1.
So we're late. We're 3 weeks late.
We are late.
Okay, just a reminder, we have a motion and a second for the match.
Mr. McGinley?
Yes, sir.
On this issue, my biggest issue with this whole Hazleton Transit is the ability for them to consolidate Hazleton Transit with LCTA. And that was the study that was done by PennDOT. And that's my concern, is that there's been no movement on that. The matching fund going into Carbon and Schuylkill, I understand the concern of council members regarding that aspect of it. But I think LCTA and Hazleton Transit need to seriously sit down at the table and get this merger taken care of so we can consolidate the expenses and the operating fund expenses for the bus service for all of Luzerne County instead of separating them and having this discussion every year. I brought this up at the last year's council meeting, and I know this funding issue's been the same thing, and we haven't seen any movement on that. I think council should, I'd be not adverse to making an amendment to this to say that next year we won't provide funding for Hazleton Transit if they don't do a serious effort in the consolidating and getting with LCTA and make it LCTA, Luzerne County Transit Authority entirely, instead of having Luzerne County only going to Hazleton and dropping people off and then Hazleton bringing people in here. They all should be running on the same service under the same authority in general. And then we wouldn't have this discussion about how we're splitting money between LCTA and Hazleton Transit. And Schuylkill County obviously has their own bus service. I'm sure they're coming in Hazleton as well. And, you know, I think that the issue has to be is how do we fix the broken system that we have 2 transportation systems in Luzerne County? That's the big issue. And we haven't gotten any movement on that since the study was done, I think in 2010. So I think we, or maybe before that.
I was done before home rule. So
Yeah.
you're about right.
So I think we need to push that envelope as much as we can. And Hazleton Transit needs to sit down in serious negotiation with LCTA and find out what is the reasons why you folks won't join with LCTA. So our match goes to all of Luzerne County instead of being separated like it is. That's my ultimate concern with this. And that's, I mean, I don't want to stop funding because I agree with my colleagues. If we stop funding, it hurts the people who ride the buses. It hurts the people that come into work and need that transportation. And I don't want to do that. But I think the council needs to, at some point, say, Hazleton Transit needs to be responsible enough to sit down at the table and bring a report back to this council and say, this is why we cannot merge with LCTA. And then we would know the answers to that question. And then maybe we could have that discussion, but I'm not in favor of splitting our match up, giving $189,000 to Hazleton Transit and giving another, look back at $717,000 over to LCTA in 2 separate things. It would be way more expedient for this county to just do one match totally for LCTA and let LCTA run the whole county. Because you guys aren't governed by an authority, right, Mr. Sharp?
No, it's
We're a department, we're a department of the city.
Right. So,
wait a minute.
so that's my concern. And I mean, I would make a motion to the match if you want, or I'll wait till we get done with discussion.
We get through with discussion.
Mr. Sharp,
Yes,
are there 3 other cities in the state of Pennsylvania that operate just like you do?
yeah, we are one of 4 currently that are departments of the city that are not authorities. Not all transit agencies are authorities. There's still, I believe, 3 or 4 of us that do it this way.
Yeah, I think it's Hazleton, Williamsport, Washington County, and one other
You are correct.
That,
I can't recall the name of the other, but you are correct.
goes down here. And there's no mixing of money, is that correct? Because those books are audited. I heard one of the council members at a previous meeting say something about a mixing of money.
No.
They're not paying Hazleton's bills. Those books are audited, and if somebody is doing that, they're going to jail.
Right,
Correct. And Hazleton has no obligation. You could sit down as principals and talk with LCTA, but Hazleton has no obligation of joining with LCTA. Is that correct?
Yes.
And we don't have an obligation to do the match.
To answer
You're
your
obligated
question,
by the state of Pennsylvania.
Not to do the match.
Yes, you are.
No, we are not.
Yes, you are.
Okay, Mr. Saban's been waiting.
Yes, from what I've been reading, and maybe this has something to do with that consolidation that Walter's talking about of LCTA and Hazleton, is that from what I've read about the American Rescue Plan, different counties and local communities have used their portion of their money to help set up those joint transportation systems. So I think that would be something we could look at. And also, Bob, are you not in favor of
No,
sending a letter?
I'm in favor of sending a letter.
Okay.
Not that we're cutting funding off, a strong letter, like you said, to those counties that we need some funding out of them.
Anybody else with questions? So it really comes down to, currently they need about $180,000, $189,000 to get their full state match. If we don't give them that money, that state match money, they don't get the full match. If we give them something less, they lose part of that match. We talked about, I think, $300,000, and that would go back to PennDOT and be redistributed however they decide to do that. I think from hearing the discussion of Walter and Bob and Sheila and some other people, My suggestion is that on our next council meeting, we have a resolution to prepare a letter that would be sent to both LCTA and Hazleton Public Transit, encouraging them to get together, have a meeting, look at the issues, and give us some kind of report that would identify those issues, and hopefully then we could work those issues out so that maybe we can have a consolidated effort. If that's okay with everybody, we would put that on our next voting session. And that would be a resolution to have that letter prepared and written and sent to both parties. Is that permissible?
Mr. McGinley, we want to vote on this tonight?
We're gonna vote on the match.
Okay.
Then we're gonna decide next meeting what that letter, how we're gonna put it together and have it prepared and have it sent out and request information back so that we can find out what's going on with those talks, that conversation, whatever.
Mr. McGinley?
Yes, go ahead.
If I could just say, for some of the, I mean, we've had this discussion for 10 years, so I think one of the points of confusion is LCTA. We appoint to LCTA. It is definitely a county agency, it's a county authority. Hazleton, as they just said, is an arm of, it's a piece of city government. So I think that the question that many people have is why the county is providing a local match. Why is it not the city of Hazleton providing that local match?
Yeah.
Do we have an answer for that?
I don't think we ever got an answer that I'm aware of.
I still think that's the burning question.
I don't disagree with it. I think, as you probably realize, Ms. Hopkins, you've been here as long as I have. I think the county picked that up because the county was able to pick that up. And Hazel didn't have those finances to be able to do that. And over the years, as we know, that grows like 5% a year. So maybe at one time it was $50,000, but now you're up to 189.
Right, but I think, when you provide funding to an organization, I think there's an expectation that you have a little bit of oversight over what happens there. We have nothing like that with Hazleton Transit, and I think they run a fine system there. It's terrific, but I do think that that's the question, and that's why this is a point of discussion every single year. It's because we have no oversight. We don't point to Hazleton. And, every year they're looking for money, and, as long as money is there, I mean, maybe Hazleton City has some money this time too.
Which I think is a possibility, personally. But I think that maybe hopefully would be part of that discussion.
Speaking for the city of Hazleton,
go ahead.
I would say not right now, because they're still in Act 47, still trying to get stuff straightened out down there. So I don't think they have that kind of money.
Well, all we can do is ask, and they obviously, they can tell us what their finances are.
Right.
But Mr. McGinley, that's been going on for many years before they were in Act 47. So maybe we could ask Mayor Cassatt, seems how he's on the line, is why the city of Hazleton does not contribute to the Hazleton Transit towards their match. He's on the line, so.
It's the way it's been since Hazleton Public Transit started. The county always gave them the match.
Well, that goes to the same, as always, that's the way it's always been done. Doesn't seem like a very substantial answer as far as, how do we address the fact that it's a Hazleton City Transit the council has no oversight on, and we contribute all the money or the matching funds to it, but we have no say in how it operates, and Hazleton City makes the profit.
Well, there is no profit. There's no profit. I mean,
No. If it wasn't for our operating
So
assistance.
what's Mr. Cassatt, what's in the reserve? What's in the reserve for Hazleton Transit? I looked at your audit, so how much money is in your reserve account?
Well, I'll say this, once this building is built, our new facility is being built, there will be no reserve left. We have to supply.
Yeah, well, what's the reserve? What's the reserve right now, Mr. Cassatt?
I don't have, this is Ralph Sharp speaking. I don't have that number. We roughly have about 400,000, which our local reserve is over 300 plus. It's going to be exhausted. our local.
But there's
match-
there's no profit.
There
How did
is
you get
no-
the 400,000 in reserve if there's no profit?
The way we got the 400,000 in reserve is from years past, when it was a 3-board commission. Every year, the commissioners would give $150,000, no matter if the local match was 50,
Mr. Jager.
30,000, they would always give
Microphone's picking that up.
150,000. That's how we obtained the reserve. The local match has nothing to do with profits. We don't make a profit. If it wasn't for the operating assistance by PennDOT, we wouldn't have a transit agency, because the $1.50 that you pay for a trip and the ridership doesn't come near to the expense it takes to operate a transit system.
I'd like to make an amendment to this
Wait,
resolution. Mr. Chairman. Go ahead first.
Go ahead.
The one thing I don't understand, first of all, I think Linda's statement is actually the crux of the argument between county and city. I also don't understand, Mr. Ragos brought this up a couple times. They're putting
Multimodal.
up in Hazleton,
Yep.
but they don't have their own transit authority.
Oh, it's a city
The
department.
city is putting that multi-million-dollar,
The state is,
the state
and the federal
is.
government.
This is Ralph speaking again. We applied for federal grants, state grants, and we were lucky enough. They saw the way we operate, and we were lucky enough. Our biggest federal grant was $10 million that we got. We have close to 19 million in federal grants alone that we obtained. And the rest is coming from PennDOT grants and, by your generosity from the county, our local match. That's what's making us able to do this project. If we didn't have that little bit of reserve in our account, we couldn't do this project. We need the local match. It comes from state, federal, and local match. The city of Hazleton, I don't believe in all of my time and in the past, we've never come back to Luzerne County for any more local funds to purchase or do any project since they've been giving it to us.
Mr. Sharp,
Yes,
that intermodal groundbreaking,
yes.
myself and Mr. Perry were there. Just like to congratulate you and the mayor on getting those funds. I knew that took a couple of years, but in a conversation between myself, Mr. Perry, and the Pennsylvania Director of Transportation, he told us, and I mentioned this last meeting, the $300,000 that the county of Luzerne gave the $300,000 to get up. Without that, all this is not possible, because that got the ball rolling for you to get the matches from the federal and the state government for the intermodal. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. We had the funds in the reserve, so we were able to get the other grants to make this project happen. The mayor and myself, we worked on to get these federal grants. I bet you it was two and a half years. Since 2016, actually, we've been working on this to try to get this moving, and finally it happened. Everything fell into place and it happened, and they're going to be building one up in Wilkes-Barre too. They're going to be building their own storage and bus maintenance facility in Wilkes-Barre, and they're doing one in Lackawanna. Right, and now and you're contributing towards their local match. So the county is helping all of us actually to have the great transit system for everyone.
Mr. Ross, I think you wanted to make an
I'd like
amendment.
to, based on a lot of folks' input here tonight, I think I'd like to make an amendment for we're on page 57 with the resolution, everybody. It says, now therefore be resolved, the county council agrees to provide local match funds for Hazleton Public Transit in the amount of $189,038. I'd like to change that figure to $168,038. And therefore that 21,000 is the amount. I think it was 20,000 and change. I forget.
$20,227. $20,227.
Well, you know what? I'll do my quick math here, because I'll just take that away. We can discuss this too. I'll give you an exact figure.
168,811. Am I right?
168,811. Yep. Yes, sir. All right, so my amendment is to strike out the 189,000, replace it with $168,811. And therefore, because if we just send a letter, that's awfully nice, but we've been talking about that for years. And I think without a little bit of financial incentive, it's never gonna happen.
And Mr. Haas makes that amendment. Do we have a second?
Second.
Ms. Saban?
On the question.
On the question for the amendment.
Totally disagree. Totally disagree. I mean, the points were spread out that they're older people and you're just gonna cut them off, Eric. Older people that rely on that transportation to go to work. That's what you want people to do today, go to work. You're gonna cut it off on them without letting them know. Is that what you're gonna do? Is that what you're gonna do?
Mr. Haas?
Well, you gotta take the emotion out of it. We're here.
There's no emotional. I live down there. I have passion for the Luzerne County. That's wrong what you're doing. It's wrong what you're doing.
Mr. Chairman. Yes. We just approved 3 LERTAs, extremely generous, covered by all taxpayers of Luzerne County.
What does
nothing
LERTA have to do with what's going on tonight?
I'm speaking.
Okay,
This has nothing to do with the people of Hazen or Carbon County or Slocum County. We need to see action here. We've been talking about this for years. Enough is enough. Sending nice letters is not going to result in anything. We know that. If the gentlemen, if they want to have some real results, they could have done this weeks and weeks ago.
You send them a
Seriously, we
letter.
gotta watch every time.
You send them the letter. They don't respond next year, then you take action.
It's not going to happen. We had that.
We've never entertained the letter being sent to these counties.
We do it
Never.
every year.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Perry is next, please.
I just want to withdraw my second.
Okay.
Mr. Sharp.
We need a second. Haas made the amendment. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Ms. Howe? Thank you. Mr. Perry?
Mr. Sharp, this is Mr. Perry. What happens now if this reduction of 20,000 goes through? What happens to the amount of money you're going to get? What happens to the buses that are going to be going to Schuylkill and Carbon? Are they still going to go? They can't go?
Yes, we will still.
Just what happens?
Well, this has never happened, so it's hard for me to come up with a right answer. I will have to inform PennDOT that the county will not give us our full match. And we have to see where it goes from that point. I'm sure they're gonna tell us now what we need to do because we don't have full funding of the local match. This has never, I guess, this has never happened, so I don't know. I can't give you an honest answer.
Are you going to cut off those buses going down to Schuylkill and Carbon?
No, well, we can't. If we would cut off bus service to those, the phone calls would be, I'm sure, astronomical to Luzerne County. I don't know where. I mean, the phone calls would be astronomical if we would just totally cut off service.
And rightly so.
But like I said, even if we would cut off service, PennDOT is giving us X amount of dollars for operating assistance. This is the local match. I don't know. Like I said, this has never happened, so I can't give you a right or wrong answer or any answer, to be honest.
Okay, Mr. Urban?
I'm just gonna throw it out here and ask the logical question. If this is a local match, why couldn't someone like Butler Township or Sugarloaf be generous enough to give that 21,000 to you to provide a local match instead of the county of Luzerne as an entity? Why not some of the other townships partner up since you do service those areas, and maybe the mayor should reach out with an olive branch to those local municipalities that surround that transit system and ask them for the local match since it pretty much services those areas instead of the county of Luzerne as an entity.
We don't go into Butler or Conyngham. There's no ridership down there. The ridership are in the surrounding areas that we are servicing currently. And in past years, I do talk to people from PennDOT that were in the same positions as myself and your director at LCTA and Coates, that they've gone through this and they've reached out. Actually, somebody from this area reached out to the surrounding townships and other counties, and it's never happened.
The city's gonna pay it out of the general fund because it's important. I just signed a contract with a $1.4 million facility to move to Hazleton because I was able to sell them on being able to get them employees by using the bus system, putting a bus stop there. So the buses are important to the city and our development. I have 3 other million-foot facilities going in the works, and another 600,000. They need a workforce from somewhere. So if you're not going to give me the money, I'm going to have to put it into the general fund. I'll raise the city taxes to cover it. That's what's going to happen. You know that's what's going to happen. So stop bullshitting.
Okay. Mayor Kissat, please.
Look, Mr. Chair, if I could.
Yes.
You know, this council just approved 3 letters within Hazleton city limits. We clearly care about Hazleton. Please don't use the argument, we don't care about Hazleton, we're giving Hazleton a black eye. There's money in the reserve. Linda also mentioned it's been going on for a long time. The Hazleton city, it's an arm of the city. You don't see this in Wilkes-Barre or Nanticoke or Pittston. You don't see us financing their bus operations. Oh, come on. Let's call it, take the emotion out of this. This comes down to $20,000 a year. If we just write a nice letter, put hearts and hugs and kisses at the end, nothing's gonna happen. It never happens.
With all the new facilities being built in this area, I'm sure there's going to be people coming down from Wilkes-Barre using our bus system that need transportation, taking our bus back and forth too.
So we're covering $160,000.
You might remember back, about 10 years ago, this question came up with the LCTA because they had a hefty reserve. And we asked them why they couldn't use that, and they investigated, and they were told that they could use their reserve to meet that local match. So, if there's a $20,000 discrepancy here, maybe they can take some of the, what was the amount that was in the item, $400,000?
Yeah,
I think
400,000.
Maybe they could have $380,000 instead of $400,000. And I really think that, we need to revisit how we're supporting a local, and I think it comes down to the definition of local. So it's supported by state and local matches, and the local match, it depends on how you define local. It doesn't have to be the county. But we have no say in that board, and we have no say in the operation of it. Yes, it's a benefit to people, but to be fair, we have supported it for years. I think it's time to recognize what it is. And if it's not going to be a part of the county transportation system, then they have to take responsibility for the fact that they don't want to be part of the county transportation system.
Okay. Anyone else?
Mr. McGinley,
Yes.
I would do a last plea to please send a letter, a strong letter, indicating that money will be not available for next year instead of just cutting it off cold turkey. Send a strong letter that funding is being cut off.
Okay. Well, right now we have.
I would
an amendment
suggest that.
From Mr. Haas, second by Ms. Howe. The amendment, we reduce the funding level from $189,038 down to $168,811, correct? Roll call, please.
Ms. Sutherland?
Yes to the amendment.
Mr. Shnee?
No.
Mr. Urban?
Yes.
Mr. Vogt?
Yes.
Mr. Griffith?
Yes.
Mr. Haas?
Yes.
Ms. Howe?
Yes.
Ms. McDermott? No. Mr. Perry?
No.
Ms. Radel?
No.
Mr. McGinley?
No.
6 yes, 5 no.
Okay, the amendment passes 6 yes, 5 no.
Mr. McGinley?
Yes,
I
sir.
also want to make an amendment that to that same resolution, that the Hazleton Transit will meet and review with LCTA to facilitate a merger in the fiscal year 2022 to 2023, and bring a report to council.
I think that's really not part of this resolution. I certainly would entertain that for our next meeting to have a resolution.
As a condition of funding.
Yeah. So we have an amendment that passed. We have a first and the second. Motion to commit to the local match, but now the number would be $168,038. Roll call, please.
This is on 168,811.
$168,811.
Mr. Schnee,
No.
Mr. Urban,
Abstain.
Mr. Vogt,
Yes.
Mr. Griffin,
No.
Mr. Haas,
Yes.
Ms. Howe,
Just to be clear, this vote is on providing a match, any match at all.
This
Correct.
quote is provided.
Change my vote to yes.
$168,000.
Change my vote to yes.
$811.
Right, but if you vote.
If
no
that's
for
what
this,
he wants, that's what we'll give him.
but if you vote
No,
no, for
there's
this,
no match.
you're not.
Change my vote to yes.
Okay,
I think it's my vote though.
yes, it is.
Yes, yes.
so we have a no by Mr. Griffin, a yes by Mr. Haas, and a yes by Ms. Howe so far.
And Mr. Sneak changed his vote
Vote's
to
a
yes.
Mr. Urban abstained,
Abstain.
and Mr. Vogt is a yes. Okay. Ms. McDermott,
Yes.
Mr. Perry,
Yes.
Ms. Radel,
Yes.
Ms. Seven,
Yes.
Mr. McGinley,
Yes.
9 yes, 1 no, and 1 abstention.
Okay, that motion passes. Down to number 9, motion to adopt a resolution adopting the Hidden Heroes Community Plan. We have a motion.
So moved, Kendra.
Ms. Radel
Second.
and Ms. Saban.
Yes.
On the question, Mr. Bo, is your,
Yes.
I just have a question about the resolution itself. Is
okay,
there more to it? Because it looks like there's no bottom to it. I don't know. There's more to it? Are we missing a page?
I think it looks like it, yeah.
Okay. And it's fine. The actual title of it, though, the title of the resolution needs to be Hidden Heroes, like plural heroes, not an apostrophe S, because that is the actual title of Elizabeth Dole's program. And it's written into the resolution on the Courtdale, the National Hidden Heroes campaign. So if we could just, I would make an amendment to the title.
oh, I think,
I don't think that.
yeah, I think we could just change the
fix
title,
that, right?
remove the apostrophe.
Right, but do you know what the rest of the resolution is? Is there more?
Mr. Bo, you
Do you
you
know
sent
how,
that forward, right?
what the rest of it was?
I don't recall, no. Oh, I sent it an email, so I'll have to look. I
That's
think-
it, that's it. That was
That's
all
it?
that was there.
That was it? So then at the
Just-
bottom, it would just be like
Signatures,
my signature. Okay, that's fine.
okay? Yes, Ms. Saban.
There's a couple errors, in terms of the, I think that in the second Luzerne County seeks, not seek. And, in the third from the bottom, it's to extend that support, I think it means to their caregivers.
Mr. Bo,
I mean, it doesn't,
we have some people who are very good with their English language.
Yes, I am not clearly, so.
Right, so all those verbs in the bullet points need to be, they have to have S's on them. I mean, it's just a grammatical thing that I don't think it changes the quality.
No, I don't think it changes the resolution.
It doesn't change.
We got to obviously clean it up somewhat. Make
The
it,
report goes out for publication.
yep, okay. Ms. Rader, you okay with that as your motion?
Yes.
And Ms. Saban, you okay with second? Very good. Any other questions? Roll call, please.
Mr. Urban,
Yes.
Mr. Vogt,
Yes.
Mr. Griffin,
Yes.
Mr. Haas,
Yes.
Ms. Howe,
Yes.
Ms. McDermott,
Yes.
Mr. Perry,
Yes.
Ms. Radel,
Yes.
Ms. Seven,
yes,
Mr. Schnee.
Yes.
Mr. McGinley,
Yes.
unanimous.
Number 10, motion to create a county council ad hoc committee regarding the county council email. Do we have a motion?
motion,
Ms. Saban, do we have a second?
Second.
Ms. Radel? On the question?
Well, do we need to have a vote on this? I thought it was up to the chair to.
I went back and appears that we've had both votes on it ad hoc, so that's why I put
Okay.
it on the agenda, to make sure that everybody's fully aware.
What's the purpose of the committee?
To write a policy for emails that would be part of the
Okay.
process in which the emails get up on the webpage. I think you were the one who brought some of the information up, am I correct, Mr. Griffin?
Yep.
That would be the reason.
I would say instead of county council, I would say public emails.
Well,
Because if you're gonna look at council emails, I wanna look at the manager's emails too. I want them
well,
posted.
actually, the managed emails, the county council, we're part of that. So maybe you want to say public county council emails, because some emails would not be public, right?
Well, anything that's in government is public.
No, there's certain parts of government that is not public.
Oh, okay.
As you well know, personnel issues would not be public.
That's not what was explained when we had the discussion, but that's fine.
Okay. Any other questions? Roll call?
Mr. Vogt,
Yes.
Mr. Griffin,
No.
Mr. Haas,
Yes.
Ms. Howe,
Yes.
Ms. McDermott? Yes. Mr. Perry?
Yes.
Ms. Radel?
Yes.
Ms. Edmund?
Yes.
Mr. Snead?
Yes.
Mr. Urban?
No.
Mr. McGinley?
Yes.
9 yes, 2 no.
Okay. Bearing that in mind, Ms. Saban and Ms. Radel indicated they would serve. So I would ask them to be part of the committee. Ms. Saban, I would hope that you will be the chair. Mr. Griffith, I was going to ask you to be part of the committee also.
That's fine. Fine.
Agree to that? Okay.
Yeah.
Those are the three members then. Ms. Saban, Ms. Radel, and Mr. Griffith, please. So Ms. Saban, you'll take the lead in setting up some meetings and figuring out the schedule.
Yes.
Thank you. Moving down to number 11, designation for the CCAP voting delegates. Every year we get this information and they send it out sort of late. So that's why it's on the agenda for a vote. Normally I would try to put it on the work session, but we have to get it back to you quicker than that. So as you can see from the email that was attached, Mr. Haas, Mr. Urban, Ms. Radel, Mr. Kermit, and Ms. Howe served as the delegates for the past year. So the nominations are open.
Mr. Chair, I can nominate all the people attending that would be, can I nominate 3 at one time?
Well, first of all, it's for the full year.
Oh, for the full year?
Yeah.
I'm gonna opt out
Yeah.
in that case.
Yeah, that's
Since I'm
a
looking for
one
the full
kind of
year.
thing, full year, because there are.
I'm out too.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I almost, and also wanted to say, anybody who's running for county council should be part of that. Sure, it's, you don't know if we're gonna be on.
That's true.
Yeah.
But that would be a decision
Yeah.
each and every member would make on their own. So we're open for nominations.
Like nominate Sheila Saban?
Okay. Mr. Haas?
I think that Mr. Perry is correct. If you're running for council, you don't know if you're going to
So
be,
you don't want the nomination, right?
no.
Okay, that's fine. That makes it easy. We need 5 people to represent the county, so
I nominate Steve Urban.
Mr. Urban. That's Mr. Griffith. Do we have a second for Mr. Griffith on that?
Second.
Mr. Perry made the second. That's all right? We need 4 more.
I nominate Mr. Griffin.
Okay. And do we have a second for Ms. Saban?
Second.
Mr. Urban? 3 more.
I nominate Mr. McGinley.
We need a second for Mr. Perry.
I'll second that.
Mr. Griffith?
Like nominate Ms. McDermott?
Ms. McDermott? Mr. Haas makes that motion. Do we have a second for Mr. Haas? Second, Mr. Urban? 1 more.
I nominate Kendra Radel.
Very good.
I'll second that.
We have this nomination by Ms. Saban, second by Mr. Griffith. So we have our 5. Do we have any other nominations?
Motion to close nominations?
Very good. Motion to close. We have a second for Mr. Haas. All in favor?
Aye.
Well, because of our bylaws, we have to do it one at a time. So do we have a motion to appoint Mr. Urban by resolution?
So move.
Mr. Griffith, do we have a second for Mr. Griffith?
Second?
Ms. Radel? Roll call on that?
Mr. Griffith,
Yes.
Mr. Hawes,
Yes.
Ms. Howe,
Yes.
Ms. McDermott,
Yes.
Mr. Perry,
Yes.
Ms. Radel,
Yes.
Ms. Sedman,
Yes.
Mr. Schneed,
Yes.
Mr. Urban,
Yes.
Mr. Vogt,
Yes.
Mr. McGinley,
Yes,
unanimous.
very good. A resolution to appoint Mr. Griffith. We have a motion.
So moved.
Mr. Urban? And Ms. Radel?
Yeah.
Okay. Roll call?
Mr. Hawes,
Yes.
Ms. Howe,
Yes.
Ms. McDermott,
Yes.
Mr. Perry,
Yes.
Ms. Radel,
Yes.
Ms. Sedman,
Yes.
Mr. Schneed,
Yes.
Mr. Urban,
Yes.
Mr. Vogt,
Yes.
Mr. Griffin,
Yes.
Mr. McGinley,
Yes.
unanimous.
Motion to appoint Mr. McGinley. You have a motion.
So moved. Yeah.
Ms. McDermott, do we have a second? Mr. Perry, roll call?
Ms. Howe,
Yes.
Ms. McDermott,
Yes.
Mr. Perry,
Yes.
Ms. Radel,
Yes.
Ms. Sedman,
Yes.
Mr. Schneed,
Yes.
Mr. Urban,
Yes.
Mr. Vogt,
Yes.
Mr. Griffin,
Yes.
Mr. Hawes,
Yes.
Mr. McGinley,
Yes.
unanimous.
Motion to appoint Ms. McDermott. We have a motion to appoint Ms. McDermott by resolution.
So move. Walter?
Mr. Griffith, do we have a second?
Second.
Ms. Saban, roll call?
Ms. McDermott,
Yes.
Mr. Perry,
Yes.
Ms. Radel,
Yes.
Ms. Sedman,
Yes.
Mr. Schneed,
Yes.
Mr. Urban,
Yes.
Mr. Vogt,
Yes.
Mr. Griffin,
Yes.
Mr. Hawes,
Yes.
Ms. Howe,
Yes.
Mr. McGinley,
Yes.
unanimous.
Motion to appoint Ms. Radel by resolution.
So move. Walter?
Mr. Griffith, do we have a second? Ms. McDermott? Roll call?
Mr. Perry,
Yes.
Ms. Radel,
Yes.
Ms. Sedman,
Yes.
Mr. Schneed,
Yes.
Mr. Urban,
Yes.
Mr. Vogt,
Yes.
Mr. Griffin,
Yes.
Mr. Hawes,
Yes.
Ms. Howe,
Yes.
Ms. McDermott,
Yes.
Mr. McGinley,
Yes.
unanimous.
Very good. Okay, we're down to number 12. Motion to approve the Luzerne School Kill WIB annual budget for regulations defining the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, WIOA. We have a motion.
Motion.
Ms. Saban, we have a second.
Second.
Mr. Perry. On the question,
Well, on the question.
go ahead, Ms.
So I did ask for some information that was sent from the WIB board. And it was regarding the administrative expenses, and this has been a question every single year. So in 2019, the expenses, administrative expenses, well, for personnel, were $381,000, salaries and benefits. For 2022, there's,
2022?
yep, the one that's proposed now, it's an increase of, well, salary increase from 2019 in the past 3 years is $29,833, which you might not think is too bad, but I think there are only 4 employees.
It's a small number.
Correct, right. So our question has been all along, this is an organization that's supposed to be providing help for people who are unemployed. And the majority of the money should go there. And if you look at the total of the program expenses, I believe their total administrative expenses are slightly more than 8% of the overall budget. So you know their budget is going up, but on the other hand, so are the number of unemployed people in our area. I think that a salary increase of $30,000 in 3 years for 4 people is a bit much, considering that they're dealing with people who are unemployed. So I don't know, have we ever passed a budget?
I thought for sure you're going to say that.
I know, well, you know it. So, I'm not going to vote in favor of the budget, and it is one of the LEA, not LEA. What are we called here? It's one of our obligations to pass the budget.
But we have had serious questions about this every single year. So I won't vote yes, but
Yeah, I think Ms. Hopper's raised some good issues. We've had this issue since the very first year. We've never supported their budget. Sometimes we've never even got a motion or a second. In the past, we've not supported that budget. Ms. Hopper raised some good issues as far as that. That's sort of the history of where we've been with this organization. Anybody else with questions?
Linda, excuse me, where does their funding come from? State? Their funding?
it's the state,
They have several grants.
There's, right. I was looking for it because I thought you were gonna ask that question too. So there are grants that come through and it does support, I mean, the programs are the Career Link and other programs like that. They youth program, they adult programs too. But it's all grant money that comes in.
And sometimes their budget is fluid as far as some grants come later than others. And there are changes according to which grants come through at that particular time.
Mr. Chair, what does it mean if we don't approve?
Well, like I said, we've never approved it. They've always operated. Slocum County, to my knowledge, has always approved the budget, but the state really has never came to these people and said, hey, what's going on? Or why do we need to do this? Or what's happening here? It's always just been.
We're not stopping the program.
We're not stopping the program. We've never stopped the program. It's always operated.
Thanks.
We met, Mr. McGinley and I met with the Slocum County Commissioners years ago to discuss the equity in the funding and make sure that Luzerne County workers were getting an equitable proportion of the funds. And it seems to be that we are. Our concern has always been the administration. And there's a lot of contracting of services that so there are a lot of things that are not done by the employees. But there are a lot of contracted services that are involved in those administrative expenses too.
Thanks, Linda.
And then, as Linda indicated, if you look at population, Luzerne County is about 2/3 of the population that would be supported by this. And there was a little bit, they were a little bit off on the funding, but it wasn't.
Nothing that significant.
Might have been like 63% versus 37 or something like that.
Okay.
But it was pretty much in line with what you would expect.
I would like to ask, move to table this.
Okay. We have a move to table. Ms. Hopp, do we have a second for Ms. Hopp?
Second.
Second. No further discussion. Roll call on tabling this motion.
Ms. Radel?
Yes.
Ms. Sudman?
Yes.
Mr. Schnee?
No.
Mr. Urban?
Yes.
Mr. Vogt?
Yes.
Mr. Griffin?
Yes.
Mr. Haas?
Yes.
Ms. Huff?
Yes.
Ms. McDermott?
Just a quick one. Oh, I can't discuss it. Yes.
Mr. Perry?
Yes.
Mr. McGinley?
Yes.
10 yes, 1 no.
It's tabled. Going down to 13. Motion to introduce an ordinance authorizing Luzerne County's Assessor's Office to approve a homestead exclusion of $50,000 of the assessed property for fiscal year 2020, 2021. And for the Office of Treasurer to disperse funds to eligible property owners from the line item in the CARES Act budget and finance general budget operation, U.S. Treasury COVID-19 fiscal recovery obtained through the federal funding from the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021. Mr. Haas, you submitted that. You make that motion?
I make that motion, Mr. Chair. Can I make 2 typo changes in it? Is that permissible at this
Well,
point?
let's get a second and then we certainly.
Absolutely.
Second.
Ms. Howe? Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. I'd like to, in the title and also down at the very second to last clause there, I'd like to change the 50,000 to 48,500. And also, based on our staff suggestions, get rid of fiscal year, the FY fiscal year 2020-21, because I think it's confusing. It's really just a calendar year. And the same thing at the very bottom. Now therefore be ordained and acted Luzerne County Council hereby approves a Homestead Exclusion Act for $48,500 of assessed value for 2020 and 2021. And
Calendar year.
calendar year would be better. Yes, thank you.
All right, no problem.
And the reason that is, everybody, because there were some issues about the 1099 situation. I talked to a lot of CPAs about it, and I don't think it's relevant for this specific item, but a homestead for $48,500 would yield $299.23 for each year, which brings us to like $598. So it keeps us below that $600 threshold. So we don't have to muddy the waters with the extra paperwork and extra confusion for people. But I know I sent for council's review, I sent the email chain that I was in dialogue with the staff, and I really appreciate the staff. If anybody's watching, thanks for so many of you for giving good suggestions. I really appreciate that. And I just think it's based on what the interim final rule is there. I'll shut up here in a second, I promise. But I really believe that the third to last clause, this is the most efficient, secure, and immediate way to get relief to our residents with minimal bureaucracy. And again, this is only about 40% of all available funds. So we still have a whole lot left over to dedicate to other uses. You know, that's been out there as well. And the spirit of this legislation is COVID relief. And I think it immediately gets back to those people that were missed with the renter's insurance, with the utility insurance, with the payments for children, for senior citizens who get the state. This group of people specifically, I think, has been overlooked and missed by a lot of the stimulus monies passed now. So put out there for your consideration, everybody. Love to debate it, discuss it, just introduced tonight.
Mr. McGinley?
Questions, go ahead.
Yes, the final regs, like the final rule on this isn't expected till September of 2021 though, is that correct?
Correct.
That's what, Ms. Corcoran, can you confirm that?
Yes, that's confirmed.
I will say, if I could, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead. Is that right?
That's all, yeah, I just want a
Okay, go
clarification.
ahead.
We don't have a final rule.
Because, and again, I don't know if you all looked at the interim final rule, it's a lot of reams, like 200 pages. That was pretty clear. The Department of Transportation website spells it, if you took a look at that. And NACO said this is a productive use. Further, other counties have also begun dispersing funds already.
That's
Right, but I'm just kind of just asking a question. I'd ask that too.
And I agree.
think it's a good question.
But it's certainly their prerogative. This segment.
Can I discuss some questions?
Yeah,
I did a lot of research on this, Harry, because I thought your thing was a good idea. And that was not my concept for the funds. So I went to look at what other local governments and county governments are doing with their funds. And you can Google it, you can look through CCAP and everything. A lot of the funding is not so much for taking the revenue and giving it back. It's for investing in people that were hurt by COVID so that you're growing revenue. A lot of the money that different counties are giving is for small business loans. Businesses that were or close to on the verge of closing. And that way you are kind of meeting what I think the spirit of the American Rescue Plan is for. But I would like to have everybody go through some of these and look at them again. Look at the, I'd like to hear what Ramilda has to say, and for people to take a little look at what kinds of uses that would raise revenue, give us something back rather than giving back, because you know, we're talking about a very small amount of money that any person that takes this, what did you say? What was the amount of money you said for? It's a
So we have
couple.
120, we have 112 million available. This would yield about 47
Yeah,
million of
and
that. It's like 40%, so
I
we're still
think
at
that's,
60%.
well, I kind of think that's a big chunk,
Mhm.
but on the other side, I wanted to know what's the average amount that taxpayer would get back.
298 or something, I think.
Just short of $300.
Yeah, it's not a very
600,
big
just shy of
amount.
600.
When you think if you were putting it into some businesses and doing some of the other projects that other counties and local governments are doing, they make revenue. They get taxes, businesses don't close, businesses hire people. So that's what my thoughts are, but I'm just one person on the council.
I appreciate you thinking. I love it. I love your mindset. I do. You pay attention. Thanks.
Weeks ago, I had mentioned too, to take part of that money and separate the stormwater and the waste or the sewage water. I think that's a longer term investment that would yield more of a savings, long-term wise for many residents, and we have environmentalists here and probably clean up the environment as well. Considering the fact that you would be able to take probably millions of gallons of water out of the treatment system, which would, be less wear and tear on like Wyoming Valley Sanitary Authority or any type of sanitary authority in general. And subsequently, hopefully we could reduce that bill or eliminate it. So, I think we should do some hardcore research on that as well, because I think cost savings wise, it would be looking out in the future, probably yield more than $300 per resident overall.
Steve, I'm all about that too, but I thought this is more egalitarian because the stormwater fee payers are predominantly in the Wyoming Valley and some back mountain. This covers everybody from, Fairmont all the way down to Hazleton City. All right. So, if it covers everybody, Hazleton won't benefit from just the stormwater. Fairmont certainly won't do that either. So I just think this, and I'm not opposed to that. I think we should consider that. But the administrative that stormwater fee, it's very administrative heavy. I don't want us just to equip more administration. I want to really see relief go to the people. Hence, that's why I'm putting this out there. Because everybody in our county lines who owns a property, one property is going to benefit from this. And $600 is a lot of money for a whole lot of people out there, especially if you're struggling.
Other people?
Go ahead. So Harry, certainly give you all the credit in the world for putting this together. And good thoughts. And I can't say I'm totally opposed to this. I cannot say that. But I am a little bit concerned. I shouldn't say a little bit, but really a lot concerned about. Is this allowed? You said your research is pretty good, but I'd like to hear from the county manager. Is this 100% allowed? Because once we make this step, it better be 100%.
We're not, that's not definitive, and until we hear from the Department of Treasury with their final recommendations and rules, we won't know that.
That concerns me.
Excuse us.
You can't hear you.
Try and talk a little louder.
Chris, if you click on the link for the Department of Treasury I sent you, click on that, it is acceptable use. But it's a legit question. I get it. You want to make sure you're locked down tight. But other counties are doing some, Sheila did some research. You'll see other counties are doing similar things.
Let me ask one quick question too. Maybe I'm wrong here, but this is based on the need, the COVID showed the need, that was a hardship that you could not pay their taxes. People could not pay this. Are we showing that? Did we show that? Can we show that? Or did we have a good response to paying our taxes?
Yeah, well, this is Chris, and that was an issue staff brought up. They said, what about people who owe taxes? Can we just apply it to taxes? And I argued, I would disagree with that because again, the spirit of this law is COVID relief. If people aren't paying their taxes, they probably have other things they're worried about, put food on the table or whatever. Ideally, that would be great if they could reimburse the county for past taxes. But, again, if we got to consider this is relief for people who are really struggling at that. So it's immediate. We can get this out to people in just a couple months, why they still haven't fallen from the crisis. If you're renting, you can apply for renter's insurance. If you have utility payments you're behind, you can apply for Lehigh. But if you just own a property, nobody's helping you pay your taxes.
Anyone else?
Go ahead,
Mr.
Chairman. I actually, for one time, agree with Mr. Huss. Don't get used to it, Harry, but I do agree with you this time. I think if anybody looks at the minimum wage, the median wage in Luzerne County, you could see they're almost on poverty level. I mean, my mother alone worked in the garment industry for over 40 years. I mean, she never made more than $6 or $7 an hour. Those people are still out there, those older people. And I think, like you said, this money goes to everybody. And most of Luzerne County isn't doing too well. They hung together because they're strong people in Luzerne County. They have a strong work ethic. They knew what it was, you know what I mean? You had 3 channels years ago. I mean, when your parents called you for 5 o'clock, everybody in. Some of that family structure with this development coming in, that we're approving LERTAs, that's the only bad part of a LERTA. They have people working 12 hours. So it's eroding the family structure. So I totally agree with you, Harry, that this money should go to everyone.
Thanks, Rob. Thanks for the support. I'll say to council that, again, it's only 40% of the funds. This is a lot of money.
Other people have chances.
I'm sorry, sir. Go ahead.
Anyone else?
Well, this is just a motion to introduce.
Introduce.
Just to introduce.
Right.
So we're not voting on a
No.
definite.
We introduce it tonight, the public hearing, beyond session. I just would like to indicate a couple of things that I have concerns about. Number one, we don't have the final regulations, and even though there are some interim out there, until it's final, we really don't have that information. Number two, you're talking about only people who own a home, one home, even though someone may own more than one. Number three, I believe Steve Urban's correct. Infrastructure is a critical issue, especially in our county. This would be an opportunity for us to do some real good infrastructure projects that would have a positive effect going forward for many years. We all got an email from West Hazleton shortly before the meeting that talked about they want to do a stormwater project. They're looking for help to do that. And that's what a lot of our municipalities are in. They would like to do projects. They're looking for some help. And this is our opportunity maybe to be able to do that. Once we say we're moving forward with this, 42% or 41% is gone. That money is put on the side. So $112 million goes down to 60, 70 some million. Right?
Okay, 46 million. Oh, yeah, the leftover fees.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
I do want to hear the whole presentation, and I know, like, reading through it and stuff, I feel I don't want to make a definite decision until we come up with other options. You know, again, not saying it's not a good thing, and I would love to hear from the public on this too, like how important is it to everyone? Certainly, that's important, but just to know what else we may spend it on to make a wise decision.
Yeah. I think if I could, Mr. Chair.
Sure.
Someone else wants to speak.
Go ahead.
When the legislature and the governor passed that casino gambling revenue under guise of property tax relief, all that, people end up, that about 40% of those revenues went to property tax relief. Everything else goes out to other pet projects. This is a chance for us not to be politicians, but to really help out and really give back to the people direct relief. And when some of you, if you read the interim final rule, they advocate giving cash payments out to people. If you read it, that's an acceptable use. This is an even lesser use than that. Okay, I'm sure a lot of you read it. So again, just try and justify this. Manager Pedri at the time also said, he said, hold off on the infrastructure improvements because the federal government is having a bill in process now that we're going to reap some kind of windfall with that too. So if you're waiting for just infrastructure, that is coming, and that's a priority for a lot of people in Congress. So again, I think this is very appropriate. We still have 60% of a big wad of cash to spend on all kinds of pet projects. But I think it would benefit people in the here and now.
First of all, Mr. Haas, I don't believe this is a political decision at all. This is a financial decision of what's best for the county. I really believe that. And as far as you know, some of the other statements, what is best for the county? And we don't know the possible menu of some things that are available that we could use the money for. We don't know what's best for the county. You have one idea, which I think has merit. But how much merit does it have versus 5 other items? And I think that's what a lot of people are questioning is, once we have that menu, we can make better decisions. And I think it would be in the best interest of the county residents that we started with. Anybody else? Okay, this is a.
Sure, one last thing. I may move this along, but I do want to hear our.
I do too.
So I'll support it now, I was gonna say, and hopefully I'll support it later, but I may not after hearing the rest of them. So we're kind of caught in a little dilemma here. We have to make a decision one way or the other. So that's what I make it clear.
Yeah, there's absolutely no hard feelings either way. But I will say this to you guys, that because I changed up the amount would be $299.23 per year. So therefore the maximum draw would be $46,081,420. That would be on the fourth to last clause there, whereas the maximum draw, just to make sure it all lines up accordingly. So it would not even hit 40% at this point.
I think it would. That's a math problem.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, we have a motion to introduce the ordinance. Everybody clear? Which we need 4 votes to introduce. Okay, roll call, please.
Ms. Simon?
Yes.
Mr. Schultz?
Yes.
Mr. Urban?
Yes.
Mr. Vogt?
Yes.
Mr. Griffin?
Yes.
Mr. Haas?
Yes.
Ms. Howe?
Yes.
Ms. McDermott?
Yes.
Mr. Perry?
Yes.
Ms. Radel?
Yes.
Mr. McGinley?
No.
10 yes, 1 no.
Okay, moving down to number 14. Motion to introduce the ordinance placing question of whether a government study commission should be elected on the ballot at the November 2nd, 2020 general election. That was presented by Mr. Griffith. Are you making this motion, Mr. Griffith?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. Do we have a second for Mr. Griffith? Mr. Urban? On the question?
I have a question. Walter, about this, we kind of discussed how
Sure.
long it would take. So this would be a question to go on the ballot in November. Then it would have to go, people would have to be, what you were thinking, people would have to be elected to go on to this. So now we're pushing it out until, not next year, none of this would be handled until the following year, until 2023.
No, if the study commission would convene, I think if you put a question on the ballot, you have them run at the same time. After you and I spoke, I did some research on that. And the study committee, when this question goes on the ballot, that's when people could put their name on, and I think Mr. DeLuca could correct me on that. I think you put your name on the ballot at the time when the question is on the ballot to form a study commission. So people could circulate petitions to get their name on the ballot at that time. So at the same time. So they work together. The question goes on the ballot and you also have people running at the same time. If the question's adopted, then those people hold the seat of the study commission. If the question's rejected by the voter, then the people who had their name on the ballot don't sit on the commission. So they would be convened
When
right
would they be
away.
able to start working?
They'll start working right after the election in November. They would
So,
convene.
and I know we talked about this before, because
Yeah.
everybody knows that we need some changes to the charter. However, should we have council members to be on that committee? We've dealt with the problems, we know what they are.
Mr. McGill?
Yes, Ms. Howard.
If I could just say, we have had in the past a charter review committee. You know, we had one several years ago. We proposed some changes to the charter. We haven't done that in a while. I mean, I think the last change that was proposed, this council, not this council, but council voted not to place one of the proposed things on the ballot, one or two of them. Right? Yeah, well, no, there was one, we had some just last year too, I think, that were voted down. So certainly, charter changes could occur from council could place them on the ballot. This, I think, is a more, a farther reaching goal with a government study commission. And my question is, that the question says, should the, and I think it will lead to confusion in the public, because it says, should the members be elected to study the existing form of government, to consider the advisability of the adoption of an optional form of government or a home rule charter? But we did adopt a home rule charter, and I think that people reading that will say, wait, don't we have a home rule charter? Why are we voting on whether we should adopt one? Because we do have one. I think that the appropriate thing to do at this point, assuming that we're all in favor of home rule, or whoever's in favor of home rule wants to make some modifications, is to do it through charter amendments, not through an overriding government study commission. That's my opinion.
I agree with Mrs. Howe.
And you gotta realize that if you commission is kind of, they do anything they wish at that point. They don't take the charter and say, we're gonna change this or change that. They can do a whole new document.
Depending on who's elected,
Right.
you know, do they know enough about it?
Right.
Anybody could be elected, right?
And see, that's the point, is we want to make sure that it's people that are not connected to the council. We did as Linda said, we did have a charter review committee, and the only problems that we saw were section 8 of the charter to be changed. And there were other
Well, I wouldn't
concerns.
say those were the only problems.
They were the only
that
ones
we
they
see, But
accepted.
those were the ones that were brought to a vote of council and that made it onto the ballot. And then some of those were defeated. I mean, you know, there were two amendments that were proposed and one passed and one didn't, which if we had that reference with the, you know, the ABCs and the conflicts. But, you know, there has not been a question, there are several questions that are unanswered in the charter, or answered some omissions that we've picked up and things like that. The question is, where does it rise to the level of needing a charter amendment, as opposed to defining or clarifying within the admin code? You know, and some of the things that are sketched pretty broadly in the charter can be answered, can be clarified through the admin code, which is also the law of the county.
Which we did a lot of work on in the South, but that, you know, we passed that. Okay, does that answer your question?
Well, for the charter, you know, okay, things have to be addressed. I'm not sure that I feel confident, again, going out there, just having people elected to this and having a lot of power over it. I'm not sure that that's the way I want to go.
Well, I don't know if anybody else wants to speak, but I mean, you know, we've only been doing this 10 years. There was 200 years of a different form of government. I'd like to give it a little bit more than 10 years before I say, should we throw the charter out the window?
Yeah, and the idea is not to obviously throw the charter out the window. I mean, quite honestly, I was the one, myself and 2 other folks got it on the ballot in the first place. I think that there's some changes that need to be made structurally in the charter that probably should be done by a study commission. I'm not adverse either way, whatever council wants to do. If you want to do it as a committee of council, that's fine. If we can, you know, we can identify those, I won't say critical flaws, but flaws just the same that need to be fixed. I'm not adverse to that at all. As long as we address the issues that are, you know, important in the charter that have to be fixed. Either way.
This question doesn't say, should we look at this and see what we can fix in the charter?
Right.
It talks about recommending the adoption of, and recommending a home rule charter, which is not necessarily fixing what you have, but it's recommending maybe a whole new charter or a return to a different form of government or something else.
But the problem that we have with the question is that the government, Title 29 in Title 53, Section 29, only will allow you to use 3 questions in order to put a question on the ballot for a study commission. And that was the only question that fits what the thoughts process was to try and fix the underlying issues. We can't just say we want to have a study commission and we want to look at the current charter and make corrections to the current charter. That option's not available in the statute. So that's why I had to, when I looked through the statute, the only 3 questions, that was the only one that would fit. I understand the points of council that, we certainly don't want to start out with a whole brand new charter. I don't think that's, I agree, after 10 years, we can't throw the whole charter away and start over. I don't think that's even feasible. But I do think there's some places where it could be made changes and it needs to be looked at by somebody other than council. But I mean, that's my suggestion. But if council wants to look at it as a charter study commission, I would welcome that. I mean, clearly, I'm not going to say I'm not going to support either way. Whatever council wants to do, I'd be more than happy to support.
Mr. Chairman,
It needs to be
motion
looked
to
at.
table.
Motion to table?
You can't table an ordinance. Cannot table an ordinance. It's not available.
No, he has the
You
right to.
present it, you can get 4 votes. If you get 4 votes, then-
Well, 4 votes in ordinance.
right. So
Okay.
he's asking to have it introduced.
Okay. So we're going to introduce the ordinance with 4 votes. The ordinance is very specific as far as allows for a government study commission. If we've heard the discussions pretty well. Roll call, please.
Question, Mr. Chair. So, Walter, do you want to change your motion? Do you want to make suggest an ad hoc committee?
No.
We can't change it.
You can't change that?
This is an ordinance.
So okay. So even if we introduce this and it comes up next week, you can't change it then to?
You can change the ordinance.
Is it up or down?
Yeah, this is up or down because you're asking to elect a government study commission.
I could bring a resolution to form a government.
That's a different.
Different
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
That's a
Thank you.
different
Thank you, Mr.
situation.
Mhm.
Okay, you vote yes, it's introduced, you vote no, it's not introduced. Roll call, please.
Mr. Schnee,
No.
Mr. Urban,
Yes.
Mr. Vogt,
No.
Mr. Griffin,
Yes.
Mr. Hud,
No.
Ms. Howe,
No,
Ms. McDermott,
No.
Mr. Perry,
No.
Ms. Radel,
No,
Ms. Sedman,
No.
Mr. McGinley,
No.
2 yes, no, no.
If you want to deal with that other matter, Mr. Griffin, we'll be happy to work on that. Okay. Number 15, motion to authorize the county council chair to sign an engagement letter with Stevens and Lee.
so moved.
Ms. Radel, you have a second?
Second?
Ms. Seaman,
Yes.
any question?
On the question? Clinch.
No, you're first.
Oh, okay. Well, the question I have is that this is asking for us to authorize to sign an engagement letter. The concern that I have is the underlying issue of how they're going to be paid, as well as who's going to oversee the payment. I have no problem having the chair sign the engagement letter as the representative council, but I think we need to decide how we're going to handle the financial side of Stevens and Lee, as well as who's going to approve it, how we're going to approve the bills for Stevens and Lee before we authorize an engagement letter. I think if we authorize an engagement letter, we don't tie up those loose ends. That could be a problem because I don't see how the money can come out of the Office of Law's budget and not be a conflict. We either need to allocate money for this process, and we've already, as council, approved going for it and doing it. And so I think we should either appropriate funding for it or not. But I don't think the funding should come from the Office of Law's budget because I don't think they have the right to even look at any of this. They're conflicted out.
Well, not dealing with Walter's question because I'm concerned, because I'm not sure I'm in agreement with that. But what I wasn't concerned about are people opting out of signing this letter. Because we don't have that opportunity on everything to say, but I voted no. Now, Linda, I was surprised that she brought it up because you know how contracts are. And
I know, but everybody does not have to sign this, and this motion is to authorize the chair to sign it. I don't think
Oh,
anybody
yes.
but the chair would need
Okay,
to sign
I
it.
was out during
I
that
mean,
time.
certainly, majority rules, and that's fine, you're gonna enter into an agreement with them, but I don't think you need 12, 11 signatures on
That's
it.
exactly right. Okay, I must have missed it somewhere along the line because I truly believe that somebody should sign it on behalf of council.
Sure,
Not,
but not everybody on the
Right,
council needs to
exactly.
sign it.
And as far as Mr. Griffith's questions, I think Ms. Radels, you're the chair of the committee.
Yes.
I think it goes to the committee to meet and come back with resolutions for Mr. Griffith's concerns about reviewing the bills and payment.
Okay.
All right?
Yeah, we can try to meet before the next meeting.
Yeah, and you'll have something for the next meeting?
Yes.
Very good.
Can I ask a question?
Absolutely.
On this, on page 71 of 75, it says, as a matter of firm policy, we require clients to post in advance back-end retainer. What's the amount of that retainer?
You don't need it for government. In case that you don't
I
need.
can't hear you, I'm sorry.
We didn't, I believe, I don't know if anybody is on the line from Stevens and Lee, but I believe that we did not have to pay a retainer.
That's what Mr. McDermott.
Because it's a government, because it's for government.
Well, it's not what the agreement says, though.
I know that because you're government, they don't charge you interest, but I didn't know if they don't take a
I think
retainer.
it did state in the contract, there was no retainer fee required for the contract itself, but if we
We
went
would
for
waive the
extra,
retainer requirement.
if we went for extra, I think we had to pay a retainer, I think with the language. It was in the actual contract, but I understand what
Okay.
Linda's saying, that's not what's stated
It
here.
says, no, it does say in the third line or fourth line, we will waive the retainer requirement, but if you engage us to handle additional matters, we reserve the right to request a retainer. Okay,
So that's, covers that, right? Is that-
but what would the amount be?
Well, I think if we asked for additional work, they would have to quote something,
Okay,
right? Right now, we're under the guidance of what was required by the committee.
Right, what they're doing right now does not require a retainer.
Okay? Yes.
Is the decision that Kendra's going to drop the resolution in terms of payment and how much, and looking at the bills. Mr. Griffith brought up that he felt that it should not come out of the legal budget.
I agree with that.
Okay, I just wanted to know why.
Well, I think it's action by county. The Office of Law is not part of that action. County council, I should say, not county, and that would be my thought on it, because we made that decision as a council. And the Office of Law is out of that part of it. I don't believe we should affect their budget. That's my personal opinion. And we sort of wanted to keep them separate, I believe, and have a separate group look at this, so.
Okay.
I believe that would be my concept.
And we could discuss it at the committee meeting
Yeah.
and then just bring it to council for the final decision.
Okay?
Great.
Roll call?
Mr. Urban?
Yeah.
Mr. Vogt?
Yes.
Mr. Griffin?
Yes.
Mr. Hawes?
Yes.
Ms. Howe?
no,
Ms. McDermott?
Yes.
Mr. Perry?
Yes.
Ms. Radel?
Yes.
Ms. Sedman?
Yes.
Mr. Schmid?
Yes.
Mr. McGinley?
Yes.
9 yes, 2 no.
Thank you. And remember, we added an item that was on our work session agenda. And that was under the real estate committee, am I correct, Mr. Conley?
Yes. So
And that was number 11A.
11A.
Okay,
The few submitted their packet and advertised at Hughestown properties in Dallas Township. The daughters are interested in purchasing 6 of those. You can't hear? I have to get my mom voice out. The daughters are interested in purchasing 6 of the parcels that the Pews had advertised. There is no procedure right now on how to handle the situation of competing bids. So council has to decide how to handle this particular case. We're just going to deal with this today, not deal with the procedure going forward. So council can vote to have parties submit sealed bids, and they could be open in a public meeting, or we can have a live auction for the 2 parties to bid on, which could potentially yield more money for the county, which is what we would really aim for. I did check with the Elite, and they said that they could do the auction and it would be no charge to the county. they would advertise it, or we'd have to advertise it so that the public will have notice to do that. So the two options for council to vote on would be to have us submit, I don't know how I would have to pose that question. Would it be
Make a motion
for a
for
live
you
auction?
and the daughters parties to submit sealed bids.
Or,
Time and place to be.
or if we want, how do I do that though? Because now there's two options, so we could do
Well,
sealed bid or.
somebody can make a motion for one option, vote on that. Someone make a motion for the second option, if that's the one.
Mr. McGinley?
Excuse me.
I make a motion that we conduct this business with a live auction.
Ms. Howe, live auction, we have a second for Ms. Howe.
Second.
Mr. Perry. On that question.
On the question, my understanding is that the two parties and anyone else that wants to bid on this land.
If it's
It's
advertised.
not exclusively the two people.
Yes.
Anyone else could bid on this property.
Mr. Duke, I know this is probably a question. We have two people who indicated interest, two groups of people, daughters and two different families. And that's what the real estate committee had, right?
Yes. So it's
The Pew
competing.
family had advertised that,
The Pew
and that brought out the fact that daughters had that bid in also.
Yes, but they submitted a bid, a packet and a bid.
Yeah, I mean, this is a specific situation. I was under the impression, I'll be honest, that obviously I've just took over as chief. And I don't know to what extent our office was involved with the committee. My impression of what the committee was doing was coming up with policy, and that the policy would be executed by the administration. This is, when this issue came before council, I was under the impression that the committee had a specific recommendation that had been vetted by which attorney from the office was
Laura Dennis.
assisting him. So you're presenting two different options that both involved just two parties.
Yes, if it's advertised, if Elite says that it would be advertised, or is it the council that would say it would have to be advertised, then it would be public notice, I guess, anyone could.
Right, if you, I mean, my suggestion, at least for this specific circumstance, and I think going forward, I know that my expectation would be that the committee would formulate a policy that may address absolutely every type of circumstance when it comes to the sale of county-owned property. That would reach, obviously, the largest number of people and give the greatest opportunity to the public. And then members of the county administration, the executive branch would actually execute that, bring those proposed transactions before the committee. The committee could review them, make a recommendation to council, and council would vote on it. This is almost, if this is going to be a process where the committee itself decides on advertising specific properties and dealing with issues related to specific properties, I think that's going to be a problem. So my suggestion would be that if there's two options and one involves putting these properties out for the entire public to have an opportunity to put a bid in, then understanding that apparently some parties have already spent money actually advertising. Sadly, that is, this is county-owned property. We have an obligation to have, people in the county fairly bid on it in an open process. So what I would hope, and I would coordinate with you and make sure I coordinate with Laura as well and participate in the activities of that committee. But my hope would be that the committee would come up with a policy, and then we would have specific personnel from the executive branch execute the policy, bring those items before council for final approval, and not end up in a circumstance where we have specific people that are affected now by a vote one way or another. So my recommendation is that it be advertised.
Mr. McGill?
So live auction with public advertisement?
The most broad.
Okay with that? Ms. Hunt?
I agree, and I would just like to point out that I am aware that somebody actually advertised this, and that's in the policy, and it's been the case. But it specifically also says in that procedure and the policy that we have, that advertising does not mean that you are guaranteed to purchase the property.
Right.
And the purpose of the ad is to make the public aware so that if anyone else has a claim or an interest in it, that they can also, that it's not being done in secret. So, certainly, by all means, advertise the auction.
Well, then, in that case, the policy was well thought out and had actually, maybe it worked better in this case than I originally see it work.
Well, I think it's the perfect example of why we advertise, because it did bring forth, people that had a prior claim or had some other interest in it.
Okay, so the motion now is a live auction, which will be preceded by public advertisement.
Yes.
And it would be open to anyone who came to the auction to make a bid.
Yes.
Correct? Mr. Perry, you good with the second on that? Mr. McCarron, you okay with that? Everybody understand? Any questions? Roll call?
Mr. Vogt,
Yes.
Mr. Griffin,
I abstain.
Mr. Hawes,
Yes.
Ms.
I'm
Howe,
saying you have to provide a reason.
I abstain because Mr. Pugh contributed to my campaign.
Ms. Howe,
Yes.
Ms. McDermott,
Yes.
Mr. Perry,
Yes.
Ms. Randall,
Yes.
Ms. Sedgwick,
Yes.
Mr. Snead,
Yes.
Mr. Urban,
Yes.
Mr. McGinley,
Yes.
10 yes, 1 abstention.
Thank you. We're at public comment on non-agenda items. Mr. Darto, you have 3 minutes. Go to the podium, there's a microphone up there on the podium.
Thank you. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak, and it's been a happy month. I hope everybody had a good time, and also would like to thank you, Mr. McGinley.
Mr. Darto, a couple of people can't hear you. I think if you go to the podium, the microphone is right there. And may
on my voice
help
loud.
with that.
It's right on the corner there. Julie, grab it. You are right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes, I want to thank each and every individual, and I also want to thank you, Mr. McGinley, for opening up the border, and then for opening up the courthouse, for giving the common people like ourselves the opportunity to come here and speak our mind. In addition, Luzerne County is third. It's out of 67 counties with drug overdose and fentanyl that is killing the youth. But recently, we have one of the correctional officers overdosed on the drugs. What seems to be the issues? What are these people not being tested? It's not when you first go to a job, what anybody can attest to it. You can't be on the job screwed up in the head or using drugs. But yeah, he was found unresponsive. Is that right? We are the people of Luzerne County, we are demanding that we start drug testing each and every county individuals that work for the county, all employees. Not only when you first come in to fill out the application, but also random drug testing. This is something we're gonna push for. Those are some of the issues, but I'm glad to see that each and every one is healthy. And as we push forward from here, we want to make sure that we push things the hard way and the right way for the county. And with today's message, there's been a lot of bickering and fighting. Why? You guys are elected officials, elected by we, the government. We are the government, the people. But yeah, you don't want to sit here and bicker and fight. There will nonsense with your transportation. Put the damn thing together. It's part of Luzerne County. It's out there now. So those are some of the things that really needs to be addressed. And thank you, Mr. House, for fighting the battle. Thank you, Mr. Irvin, and also Mr. Griffin.
Thank you.
And I better make sure you get the job done, because we will be here, and we will continue to fight for the people.
Okay. Ms. Hartman?
Hi, Council and Chairman. Thank you for having me tonight. I would like to ask that the County Council require mandatory drug testing on all county employees effective immediately. I know this will not happen quickly, but take the steps to start now. The current employees have a choice. They can get clean or they can get gone. You work for us, and all of us in our jobs in the private sector are required to do so. Change the personnel policy for immediate drug testing on all employees, with top priority being any employee responsible for children, mentally challenged, the people in our prisons, our veterans, as well as our elderly. The bottom to the top, if your job affects these at-risk individuals, you should be drug-free, from caseworkers to judges. Council, as I sat writing emails to you this afternoon that will be added into the record, I heard about another OD or another suicide attempt in the prison on the female side. Through the power of social media, within 1 hour, the family reached out to me. Okay? Just like everybody with the current investigation is reaching out to me. It's my understanding that this individual was addicted to drugs. She came into the jail. She was given minimal medical assistance, to help her with the withdrawal symptoms of being addicted to heroin and to drugs. And she attempted suicide. Thank God tonight, the family has told me that she is alive and they are seeking assistance with getting her treatment. How many deaths are we going to put up with in this county and in our systems before we start doing something? Please wake up. All of you, wake up. I thought we would have learned from Kids for Cash. We learned nothing. We changed our whole government so that we didn't have 3 crooked people telling the county what to do, so that we had you to listen to us. I started a phone campaign in January 24th, 2019. I called the district attorney's office. I had people call in. I put up a Facebook post. Please call in. I want you to call the FBI in Scranton. I provided the number. I want you to call the Office of Children and Youth in Scranton. I provided the number. And I want you to call the district attorney's office. If you pull the phone records from that weekend, see how many calls came in to the district attorney's office. Ask the FBI how many calls they got. And tonight, Mr. House, I'm going to ask you, this is something I added. Anybody that believes in me and my ethics, because where I worked, I made $150,000 my last year that I was there. I walked away because they changed policy and I wasn't going to rip off my clients, okay? So I walked away from that job because of my ethics. I ask that anybody that believes in me, I'm going to start a GoFundMe page and I'm going to raise the money for Hazleton's bus, okay? What he's pulling out of the budget, I'm going to start a GoFundMe. If you care about the prisoners and how they're being treated, if you care about the children in this county and how they're being neglected and how false accusations are being upheld by the courts here. I went yesterday downstairs or upstairs. I started downstairs, then I was upstairs, then I was downstairs because I had to fill out paperwork for my records from court here because I've been dealing with the court case for 5 years. I want to know when we changed and where was it publicly notified how to get your records from cases that happened in this courthouse. Because are you aware that you can't get records out of this place without making motions now? It was sent to the lawyers. It was sent to a notice of family law on May 15th of 2021. So it was sent to all the lawyers, policy changes. I want to know when this notice to family law that you could not file and get your records, what we've done for ages in this county, unless it involved children and youth, they always stopped you there. You had to go in front of Judge Rogers. She denied them. You can't have them. So they can lie and perjure themselves all they want to in family court. I'll finish next session.
That'd be fine.
Yep, I'll finish next session.
Thank you. Ms. Weber.
Hello, my name is Megan Weber. I've been personally victimized through corruption after said agencies and elected officials. I am wanting to address these issues and to have motions to set on each of them. Just how the Constitution is set, just how it is on your wall right here. These issues are dear to my heart and all need to be addressed. We, the people of Luzerne County, are requesting mandatory drug testing to all county employees as well as children and youth, along with foster and kinship homes before employment and as well as random drug testing. We, the people of the broken system of Luzerne County, are requesting that children and youth, along with judges, to be investigated due to the mental health system being broken, the judicial system being broken, family courts are being broken. Our foster care system is even being broken and needs to change. You would have thought that you've learned something from the Kids for Cash back in the early 2000s, but it seems like nobody learned anything. It's still happening today, and no one's doing anything about it. There's a number of people in the system that are lost and forgotten about, beaten, starved, but not by their natural parents, but by the actual foster care system. We, the people of Luzerne County, are demanding that the corruption stops within the county, our communities, our neighborhoods. And we're requesting that we get new judges, new caseworkers, and for the state to take over our local children and youth agencies. We, the people of Luzerne County, are requesting open records in family courts. When families request records, they should be entitled to them, not be denied by a judge, such as Judge Rogers. We, the people, are requesting that anyone that goes on record and who perjures themselves to be held accountable. That does not happen in Luzerne County. We, the people of Luzerne County, should not be held accountable for pursuing documents that will benefit us and our community. People shouldn't be scared to step forward. I get threatened all the time by Van Swan. Every single time I get getting, harassed and everything until we made calls to the FBI and we tried to change that. Now it's up to you guys to change it. We, the people, demand some type of change for Luzerne County on how it's ran by elected officials. The system is broken and corrupt, and it needs to be fixed now.
Thank you. I think Mr. Stack is outside. He was earlier.
Also, Dr. Rossing would like to speak, but
No,
he doesn't know.
sit down, Mr.
He doesn't have the
Sit
paperwork,
down,
I'm
please.
just letting you know.
Sit down,
I'm
please.
letting you know, he does not have the
Sit
paperwork.
down, please. Thank you. Sit down. Mr. Stack, the podium, please. Thank you for waiting.
I guess this is the microphone, okay?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Technology.
Haven't been to one of these meetings in a few years.
Okay.
But anyway, I'd like to say a few words about the climate crisis. Tonight, I heard the county manager's property assessed clean energy program. It sounds encouraging. The county council's mass transit projects also sound encouraging, but we need to do so much more. The need for Luzerne County, in conjunction with other local and regional entities, to plan and enact policies that can minimize the chaos and upheaval that await us and our children in the near future. If we don't take decisive action to get away from fossil fuels and minimize our carbon footprint, we need to transform our society and our world to a renewable future. The Green New Deal will be a very good start, but right now, unless there's strong pressure up from the grassroots, it might not pass this legislative session. And there are many other things we can do locally and regionally, but so far, I'm sad to say, I hear very few of our local officials saying we're doing enough about it. I think starting today, we've got to recognize the gravity of the crisis and act accordingly. I'd like to hear what our county council members intend to do about this. One thing, perhaps an ad hoc committee to address the climate crisis may be a good place to start. Thank you.
Thank you. Frank Chess. Mr. Chess, you can sit right there. We'll take the microphone over to you, okay?
I can try to make it.
No, that's fine.
I'm not sure.
I don't know. You're fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Mr. Chess, please.
My name is Frank Chess. I live in Newport Township in the town of Lehigh. As I understand, this money coming from the federal government, $112,000.
$112 million.
Yes, right. It was for relief of the people. It didn't say nothing about projects. It didn't say nothing about infrastructure. With that being said, I'd like to commend Mr. Hazleton. I don't know if I'm pronouncing your name right, and his colleagues for stepping up for the people of Luzerne County. A lot of people live in poverty, according to the federal government in this county. And that money is to relieve their pressure. Now, I disagree with you, Mr. McGinley, because you want to do infrastructure or projects. Well, let me tell you, you want to send thousands of dollars to townships, cities, or different boroughs, to administrator who have limited education, who have no idea how to manage a corporation or how to manage money. So, to me, you are wasting the taxpayers' money. We had a $5 license plate registration per vehicle. We have liquid fuel taxes for infrastructure projects. And guess what? It all failed. Because 60 years ago, I built my home with a dirt road. And guess what? That same dirt road is still there. So you're telling me you want to do projects with money that was supposed to be for the relief of people? I think you're failing the people. And I'd love to know who doesn't support Mr. House, because his colleagues that support him will get support from the people. So thank you and good night.
Thank you. Mr. Olaf.
Yes. I just wanted to make I guess, I don't know if it's a question or a comment.
Mr. Shiner, you have the microphone?
Yes.
For him? Thank you.
We have gone through a couple exercises because they weren't really serious about selecting prior county managers. And I hope we just don't repeat the same process and then start on a process and throw it away. Just like to bring out a couple points about interviewing people. Number one, and I'm only saying this because I'm probably one of the few nationally certified corporate recruiters. And I've learned a lot of things over the last 40 years. One is the person interviewing the interviewee better well have had that job before with some level of distinction. Number two is they should know the subject matter pretty well about who the position being interviewed for. And if you have to go outside the area, do so for selecting candidates that are going to be doing the interviewing. Because what you don't want is, I hope we've learned by our experiences in the past. Lastly, and this is sort of a wish list because there are not that many of us around, but you know, if there's a certified corporate recruiter around, should be a necessary addition to the group of people that are going to be interviewing the prospective candidates. The county can't really afford to make any more mistakes. Qualifications are one thing. You have to make awfully sure that the person has successfully handled a couple $100 million budget such as this county. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the public? That gentleman in the back and then gentleman in the front. Go ahead, please. Come up on the podium if you would. Give us your name, please.
Dr. Jerry Reisinger?
Actually, the handheld microphone.
Handheld?
Yeah.
This one here?
Yes, that's.
All right, yeah, great. Yeah, I brought some brochures from the mid-90s here.
I'm sorry, I missed your name. I'm sorry.
Dr. Reisinger?
From?
Kingston?
Very good. Thank
Good. Yeah, and I was involved with Luzerne County at the time to design the levee system that we have right now. This brochure I gave to some members here. And I was involved with the congressman and the county involved in designing this so that we would have a healthy levee system that not only integrated both sides of the levee to the river. And so I traveled twice to Cincinnati to meet the chamber out there because they won the national award for riverfront projects. And I worked very closely with Congressman Paul Jaworski. He was a good family friend. And we were determined to make this a beautiful project that not only prevented floods, but also was a great recreational and heritage corridor, and it won a national award. So I'm concerned about the health of our levee system now, especially after I read the article in the paper the other day about FEMA changing the rates for insurance because the flood risk has been increasing. And one of the main reasons is because of the overgrowth in the flood channel. And that overgrowth in the flood channel is responsible for these rates and the threat of flooding. And I think it's the biggest threat to this whole community. And I think it needs to be addressed more than anything that we can discuss in this room. I was in the 72 flood. I live in Kingston. I had 13 feet of water. And I know it devastated my family. I know my father died from it. And just emotional, physical trauma is like a neutron bomb hit the valley. And so I've been working hard to develop the riverfront. I've worked with the Seneca Nation of Indians because most of the land along the west side of the river is all Seneca ancestral land that is being eroded. And there are many burials and village sites there. And many of our Seneca council members came down and visited the riverfront. We met with Aaron Coffer to see what he could do to improve the landscaping of the floodway system, because this is what it's supposed to look like. Whether water comes in, ice flows in, flows out. that doesn't happen anymore. And that's why the rates have gone up. They just talk about insurance rates. We're gonna have another flood, okay, bottom line. And we missed the last flood in 2011 by a half an inch and a sneeze. I mean, if it wasn't for Mr. Miracle in 44, and if it wasn't for Kingston Borough and Paul Keating hauling in tons of fill to support the gates, they would have blown out. I live on 3rd Avenue. I'm on that river every day. And it's a crime zone. It's a horrible crime zone. And I have pictures here that I brought of the latest meth and heroin camp that caught on fire 50 yards from the tennis courts in Kirby Park. If you want to pass these around.
Okay, Mr. Guy, Dr. Eisen, thank you.
That's it?
Yeah, I've heard your talk before, and yes, I lived in Kingston in 1972 also.
I know. Well, I would like to see the county get involved in some type of flood prevention program.
Well, and I don't think that's a bad idea. I think you have to talk to the Flood Protection Authority also.
No, they're not interested in land that they don't own.
Okay.
All right, and it'd be nice if someone here would organize a committee to meet with the Army Corps of Engineers and correct this problem.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you for keeping us updated. I know that.
Right.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. Excuse me.
Yeah, Joe McKay from Exeter. I was here for the last couple of years, but I missed you, and I'd like to commend you for the job you did with taking back your contract you gave to those guys from Senator Yadichak's office. Maybe I'm wrong, maybe you can prove me wrong, but I think I read it in the paper. They didn't get the contract renewed after you guys.
Yeah, the lobbyists no.
Well, that's what I mean. And you knew they were bandits, they made big money and they retired with big money. So that's one thing. You did a good job by not renewing their contract. Another thing is, I read in the paper the last couple of weeks where council member in this room is trying to reassess all the properties in Luzerne County, try to get a push. And Mr. Snee's right. There's a lot of senior citizens. They don't have the money to pay no more money for reassessment. So keep it in the back of your mind that we're dealing with a lot of seniors, And I don't know, it makes you sick when you have people that make statements like that in the paper that they want to start reassessment. And it's just, and one more thing about the sanitary authority, the rain tax. I know you have nothing to do with the rain tax, but Senator Cartwright, Congressman Cartwright just gave $800,000 to the sanitary. No reason why they got the money, but I think the sanitary got the money with the rain tax. Scranton don't pay a 10 penny. And I was with him up at the Wyoming Monument for the 4th of July for an hour. And I told him, I said, Congressman, I said, you're wrong. I said, Scranton should be paying. Well, we're trying to get them to pay it, but it's not right. And what did the sanitary get $800,000? And no reason what they're going to do with the money, but everywhere I look, there's 8 or 10 guys standing on the corner with brand new trucks and all. It's a shame. Somebody's got to stop them. They shouldn't be getting these grants. Thank you.
Okay. Jared, do we have anybody on the phone, Jared?
Yes, there's one.
Could I be excused?
Absolutely. You're more than welcome, Mr.
It's
Chester.
getting really late for me.
You don't have to be asked to be excused.
Mr. Manta, here.
Go ahead. Mr. Manta, go ahead.
Yep. Okay. Out of all of the comments that I've heard tonight from all the people that are sitting there at the meeting, this goes to show you that there's something wrong with the system. All right. The last gentleman with the rain tax comment, we've been fighting this for the past how many years now, Mr. McGinley? And isn't it about time that, say again?
I said you would know better than anyone, Mr. Manta.
Yes, sir, I would. This is my pet peeve. And the last breath that I take, I will still fight this rain tax because it is unfair. Everybody's throwing money at the Wyoming Valley Sanitary Authority. Where's all this money going? And he's right. I've seen pictures of 6 or 8 guys standing by brand new dump trucks. They've been dumping. Steve Davis sent me pictures of them dumping dirt and rocks on other people's property. There's so many things that is wrong with the sanitary authority. It just behooves me why somebody doesn't grab the bull by the horns finally and just do something about it. I mean, come on. I mean, the money that's being wasted. You know, they're doing the jobs that the boroughs have done for years, cleaning the street, cleaning the drain boxes. So we're paying twice for taxes. You know, I mean, we're looking to save old people money, get rid of the rain tax, and it will save so much money that it's unreasonable that people would really leave this in place and not fight it. And as far as the busing is concerned, I do believe that was a mistake by giving Hazleton the money. They should have used it as a leverage to leverage them into joining with them. You know what I mean? So I want to open up a bus company in the back mountain. So is the county going to give me $160,000? I don't think so. So why should they give another entity funding out of our tax dollars for opening a bus terminal up there? If they're going to have a hub down in Luzerne County, that would be the right way to go. Everybody would be from Hazleton, Lackawanna County, and all the back areas, bring them down into the hub of Wilkes-Barre. I know there's places up in Pittston that they're looking for workers. The Pittston area has a great record for people that are working. You can't even get on the buses in the morning to get to Pittston. That's how packed they are. And the rest of these people in the other surrounding counties, they should pay their fair share, just like we are. I mean, that's really sad. All right, thank you very much.
Jared?
Mr. Chairman, this is Mark Rabo speaking.
Go ahead, Mr. Rabo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Upon the discussion about the Hazleton Public Transit, I mean, I'm just blown away because I learned quite a few things tonight. First of all, I learned that the Hazleton City Mayor is also the 4th member of the Hazel Township Board of Supervisors. That I didn't know of, because he was advocating for Hazel Township in terms of how they're going to get buses to, workers to the Humboldt Industrial Park, which benefits Hazel Township, which goes to Mr. Urban's point, as far as he was asking about Butler and Sugarloaf Township, maybe filling the void. Maybe they should ask Hazel Township, since they would be the largest beneficiary of that, because, I mean, after all, Humboldt is in Hazel Township, is it not? So, I mean, that's just par for the course. And as far as, the whining and crying by the city administration of Hazleton, I mean, why didn't they just go to Carbon and Schuylkill counties and talk to this Senator Yadichak, who represents Carbon County, I do believe, and Senator Argo represents Schuylkill County? They could have, they could talk to them and see about the state ponying up matches for those 2 counties. I mean, how many years has this been going on? 3 years, 4 years that this has been asked by you members of council to the city, Hazleton City administration? I mean, come on, how long does it have to be? Also, with regards to the land bank on the work session, Mr. Chair and members of council, I do believe that I'm very concerned about the tax claim bureau, the company that's running the tax claim bureau in relationship to the Hazleton mayor, because they are very close, and so close, in fact, that I do believe that they buy properties together. I don't know if I've heard that, but I don't know if that's true. But if there's going to be tax abatements given through this city land bank, which has no board, has no budget. I mean, that better be taken into consideration before you guys consider this, giving this abatement. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Jared?
Yes, hello? Oh, yes, I was just text to speak up.
Who's speaking, please?
Okay, this is Robert Griffin from 44.
Go ahead, Mr. Griffin.
Well, thank you. First, I just want to thank everybody for your public service. I can't believe that you folks can concentrate for this long. Seems like you need a break.
It's not easy.
I don't know how you can take all this in, especially the public comment. But in any case, the reason I spoke, I'm here is it's something I've thought of commenting on a long time, and that's related to some of the earlier comments about the, the river and the climate situation, that we are headed for climate disruption. That's for certain. And with it, and other kinds of problems, as we've, encountered the virus and the code words have been unprecedented, and we couldn't imagine what's happened. And then we have problems, vulnerabilities with the power grids. In any case, when these things happen, and particularly I'm looking at the climate disruption, there aren't really any plans for basics like food, as far as I can understand, and you gentlemen and women can correct me, is that there aren't any plans for food and water, right? And perhaps even medicines. And that we need, that the people are going to be looking to the local officials, whether it's on the town level. And I don't know that there's going to be anybody that has anything to give them at that point. So it's just something we're going to be facing, and I just don't see us prepared. And so I think one good function would be for the county council to think about these things and, could rotate some stock of food, water, but to consider that we are the day will come when we won't have those things. And we're much better off knowing it and preparing for it, because we're not turning this freight car around of climate disruption. So again, I thank you all for your service to the community and taking time from your families and your lives to serve the community. So I really appreciate it and impressed, and thank you.
Thank you. Jared?
Hi, this is Sean Donnie. I'd like to go next, please. Can you hear me?
Is that who's on? Excuse me, Mr. Donahue. Is that who's on? Jared? Go ahead, Mr. Donahue.
Thank you very much. All right, I have two issues. The first issue is what I emailed you about, which is the Governor's Office of Administration imposes county preference for accepting applicants to Department of Human Services jobs in Lackawanna County, what we think of as the Welfare Office, the County Assistance Office. So residents of Lackawanna County need not worry about having to compete with applicants who live in Luzerne County. Yet, the same governor's office will not impose county residency priority for filling those same state jobs in Luzerne County. So there's a county assistance office in Wilkes-Barre, county assistance office in Hazleton. That is a state office, not a county office, but the governor's office does the hiring, and they will not impose a county preference so that Luzerne County residents need not compete with applicants from Lackawanna County. And of course, I emailed you the reasons that they use for having county preference, and it's a bunch of ridiculousness, such as people in Lackawanna County have more experience with racial and cultural diversity than people in Luzerne County. People in Lackawanna County can drive to Scranton in the snow, and apparently people in Luzerne County who live closer to Scranton than people who live in the furthest outreaches of Lackawanna County do not know how to drive in the snow. So that's the first issue. The second issue, you spoke about Workforce Investment Board. And I would like you to require the Workforce Investment Board to provide you with a net present value calculation of every individual workforce investment they plan on making for the year based off of a 10-year horizon of expected return on that investment. And then for the course of the next 10 years, require them to report to you the actual return on each individual investment for every year. And I think you would quickly see that workforce investments are a terrible waste of taxpayer money. The Department of Labor clips 5% or more every year right off the top, which is why they want you to request the grant. If you were to say you're not going to request the grant anymore because you know that they're a waste of money, Department of Labor and Industry will immediately send a team down to you and convince you that you have to request the grant. Reason being, they clip 5% or more right off the top for administrative expenses. Then it goes to the WIB. The board then clips another 5% off the top for administrative expenses. Now here's the cascading effect. They then subcontract to providers to do their job for them. Each provider clips 5%. So you see by the end of the trail, if you were to follow a dollar from Washington to the actual investment in somebody in Luzerne County, you would find that most of that dollar is gone. So I would like you to actually go through the process of doing that. And if you want my help in formulating a model to analyze it, I will be more than happy to do that.
Thank you. Jared?
If there is anyone else they can speak up, they have access.
No one? Okay, we need a motion to adjourn.
Mr. McGill, just real quick.
Very quick.
Yeah, I know,
because
Mr.
we're waiting
McGill
on
spoke
you.
about councilman, actually former councilman, spoke in the newspaper, my dad had spoke about that valuation and the reassessment, just to clarify that it wasn't.
You're off the hook then.
All right.
Okay. We have a motion for adjournment.
But we don't need a reassessment, you know?
We have a motion.
Mr. Chair, motion.
Mr. Hawson, second, Mr. Perry, all in favor? 9:06, we'll reconvene at 9:20. Okay, it's 9:20. We're gonna call the meeting to order. We've already done the pledge of flag and moment of silence earlier. Roll call, Ms. Lawrence.
Mr. Griffin,
Here.
Mr. Haas,
Here.
Ms. Couch. Here. Ms. McDermott. Here. Mr. Perry.
Here.
Ms. Radel. Here. Ms. Edmund. Yes, here. Mr. Shnee.
Present.
Mr. Urban.
Here.
Mr. Vogt.
Here.
Mr. McGinley.
Present.
All present.
Thank you. In light of the time, and we have some people that will make presentations tonight, just confirm with the county manager 4, 5, and 7. And the agenda items, you certainly, if you have questions that you want to forward to the manager, she'll be more than happy to respond to those. Trying to get a maximum amount of information tonight in the work session. We have 3 major presentations, and then we have several other items that we have to deal with tonight. So 4, 5, and 7, we're going to put on the back burner. We have a motion to adopt the agenda.
Well, Mr. McGinley, I did send in a resolution that I wanted to be addressed regarding the staffing of the office of clerk. I would be happy to defer that until the next week, but I'd like it to, or the next meeting. But I think I explained it pretty well.
Yes, you
and
did.
I'd like it to be put on the voting agenda for that meeting.
Anybody have an objection to that? Everybody got the information from Ms. Howe? No objections, that'll be fine.
Thank you.
Sure. All right. Mr. Sweats? Oh, wait a minute, I need a motion here, I'm sorry.
Move to adopt the
Ms.
agenda
Howe?
with those amendments.
Well, all in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposition, any abstentions, none heard, motion carries. Audit report first.
Our auditors are online.
Very good.
I just texted them, so Adam Hartzell and Andrew Clavey.
Andrew's
You
on.
can see Andrea on screen right now. I would ask that they give the report. I'll answer what I could, but I'm here every 2 weeks and can be reached via email. They aren't, so I would suggest
Yeah,
we do their report.
Andrew, we'd like you to limit your presentation. And if we have any questions that aren't answered tonight, we'll email them to you and ask you to respond, please.
Okay, yes, we'd be happy to do that. Good evening, everyone. I'm Andrea Kalady, I'm the partner on the audit engagement, and Baker Tilly, this is our first year taking over from your previous auditors. And Adam Hartzell is with me, he's the senior manager on the engagement. And just want to, thank Brian and Jen, both, and the team at Luzerne County for all the hard work in order to be able to issue your financial statements as of June 25th, 2021. And so this presentation will go briefly, do some highlights, and then there's information here. We won't go through every slide. And I'll turn it over to Adam.
Okay. Good evening, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. As Andrea mentioned, we're happy to report that the audit report was finalized and released back in June. So everything that we have in here is really an excerpt out of what was in the audit report. But trying to capture it and condense a 5-page report into something that is meaningful and useful, that is a little bit challenging. We'll do our best here to kind of condense it and keep everything moving forward for you. We know it's late for everybody. As Andrea mentioned, there is certain information in the handout that we have that is really more for your reference. So we'll skip through that, and we're going to keep with that will kind of show you how the county fared from a general fund standpoint. The thing to keep in mind here is this information captures activity that took place from the beginning of the year to the end of the year. So it's really a movie of what the actual year-to-date results were for the year ended December 31st, 2020. As we look at the revenues, which I have up on the screen, you can see that for total revenue, your actual results were about $3.8 million greater than what was in what you had originally budgeted. The majority of that is in the intergovernmental line. Looking at that $2 million increase, there was about $1.7 million that was a new grant for the purchase of voting machines. The other piece that was in there is there's about a $2 million surplus in the contribution and other line, which is really reimbursements that came in for things that were expended in the general fund that had funding streams from other funds within the county. So you're kind of moving it to some extent from the left pocket to the right pocket so that we were able to match the revenues and expenses within the general fund. As we move on and look at the expenditures for the year, the county budgeted about $102 million in expenditures, and you're actually expended about $106 million. There's a couple of pieces that kind of fed into that. From a judicial standpoint, judicial includes district attorney, your district justices, courts, probation, solicitor, coroner, sheriff, all of those things that have some kind of judicial impact. There was about a $1.5 million difference there where you actually expended less than what you had budgeted and anticipated. And the majority of that really came in the form of salaries and wages and related benefits and taxes that the county would be responsible for the, so all of those departments that I mentioned there kind of feed up and roll into this judicial department. The next piece is the corrections department. So that's the prison and kind of the minimal offenders unit that rolls up into that. Again, they're similar story. You budgeted about $37 million. You actually spent about $35 million. So there's about a $2 million, we'll say favorable fund balance there, which 1.8 of that is, again, related to salaries, benefits, payroll taxes for the employees that are there where you didn't incur as much salary and expense in 2020 as you anticipated in the budget. The offset to that then is the last line, which is capital outlay, where there were some unanticipated things, primarily CARES Act expenditures, where you're purchasing equipment and safety equipment and things along those lines, and you use some CARES Act money to fund those. So we're showing that there, so when we net those three differences, that gets us to the $4 million kind of excess actual expenditures over budget. The third piece of this then is kind of the non-operating things that happen that are the county is required to do, but aren't necessarily general fund activity. A couple of things to point out here. Things that flow into this would be debt service. The county has a separate debt service fund where all of those payments are made from. So while you bring in the real estate taxes, it comes into the general fund, you take a piece of those real estate taxes and shift it over to the debt service fund to actually net really close to the amount that you actually incurred on debt service. The next piece, where the blue arrow should have just popped in, is this capital project 911 transfer. That's $19.7 million. That's the piece where in 2019, the county issued debt for certain capital projects. That money kind of at the end of 2019 was sitting in the general fund. It made its way over there. In 2020, you actually moved that money back out of the general fund over into the capital projects fund, where it was then a piece of that was then expended for the various allowable purposes. So as we look at this, that 19.7 really is the driver on how the general fund did for the year, in that overall the county ended the year with about a $17.4 million deficiency of revenues over expenditures, which really is that 19.7 that we just got done talking about, where it came in and kind of inflated your revenues in 2019, and it goes out in 2020 and brings you back down. So as we look at the general fund balance, you started the year with about $37 million in total fund balance in the general fund, and you ended the year with about $19.6 million. So not necessarily what anybody would want to hear, but when we kind of look at the fact that 2019 was essentially a little bit inflated, 2020 brings it back down to where you stood. So as we look at fund balance, there's really a couple of categories here that we focus on. We look at total fund balance, which is everything that is there. But then we also would look at this unassigned or this unrestricted fund balance. And the unrestricted is really that piece that's available for future appropriations, future use by the county. The Government Finance Officers Association has a recommendation of a minimum fund balance size, regardless of the government size. And their recommendation is 2 months of a regular operating budget. So that could be, you could base that off of either your revenues or your expenditures, whichever is more predictable or appropriate. A couple of things to think about is as we talk about what does that level or what should that level be, there is no one size fits all threshold. You need to kind of look at it and say, what are the factors in the county, in this case in the county, that really help to create long-term sustainable operations? And it's important not to put a huge emphasis on any one point in time. It's really a trend and a longer-term evaluation. As we look at it, and at the bottom, I've got a couple of numbers here, and they'll become a little bit clearer as we move on to the next slide, but wanted to kind of just demonstrate, as we looked at the county's 2020 budget, your expenditures were about $137.9 million. If we look at that, what would 2 months of that be? That's approximately $22.9 million. So if we strictly followed the GFOA's recommendations of 2 months of your regular budget, we would anticipate that you should have $22.9 million in unrestricted fund balance. As we look at where the county actually stands and where you've been over the last couple of years, this is showing the 5-year trend, so 2016 through 2020. 2016, you actually had a total fund balance, and here we're looking at total, not just the unrestricted. You had a deficit of about $8 million in your general fund balance at December 31st, 2016. As we fast forward to 2020, your total fund balance, and so you can see it over the years, it's kind of, you've built it up. 2019 is that anomaly with the borrowing that came in and artificially inflated that. 2019, it comes down. So you can see this kind of general improvement in overall fund balance. As we look at and think about what that unrestricted piece, so that available for future appropriation or future use, we can see a similar trend here, where 2016, it was showing a deficit of $11 million. Fast forward to 2020, and that unrestricted available piece is $15.4 million. So remember a minute ago, I said GFOA's 2 months is 22.9. That's this gray line here. The kind of green line is where you actually sit. I would say, looking at the county where you've been, you're in excellent financial shape. You've done well to kind of right the ship and get things online. Would encourage the county to continue to monitor and pay attention to this as you move forward, because it's an ongoing to kind of look at and chart what's the future of the county really hold. Those were the numbers that we wanted to briefly talk through here is internal control. We know when we look at financial statements, we do an audit, we're required to understand the system of internal controls at entity to enable us to plan the nature, timing, and extent of our audit procedures. As we kind of look at it, if there are deficiencies, if there's weaknesses in those controls, we have a responsibility to report those. And there's really a deficiency that we would be reporting, could be reporting to you. First is what's known as a material.
Oh, Adam, did we lose you?
Andrew, that's not coming through, so.
Okay, I'll continue. So what
Please.
Adam is explaining is that there's two types of internal control related matters that we would report. Oh, is he back? And one of those is being material weakness, and the other would be significant deficiency. And so let's see if I can. We have them listed, but I'm not sure if I can share. Oh, I can, here.
Light switch is the front one, if anyone knows while we're waiting. You can't really see that. I don't know what the light switch is.
Light switches are back there.
You know what it is?
Yeah.
Okay, can you see that?
Yes, it came up, Andrew.
Okay, great. So this is your internal control matters that were reported in prior year reports for 2019. The prior year findings listed down here on the left-hand side. The type of finding, whether it was a material weakness and internal controls over financial reporting, or a significant deficiency of internal controls over financial reporting. And then we've documented the current year status. So on your first one on the segregation of duties, this was reported last year that you had segregation of duties issues with disbursements, payroll, and that has been resolved. But however, journal entry is still open. So our recommendation would be to make sure that the person preparing the journal entry is not the same person reviewing it, and that they don't have access. I think there's also an issue to look into relating to the access of posting journal entries. You can see with 2019-02 with the due to, due from accounts, the Fund 970 activity, the pension plan census data, and the documentation of the accounting manual have all been cleared and resolved and will not need to be reported in 2020. So that's a significant clearing of findings, and really a great job from management in addressing all of those. 2019-06, the agency custodial funds. This is where the new governmental accounting standard, which requires your custodial funds be recorded and the revenue and expense be reported on your financial statements. That's not being recorded on the general ledger. So we recommend that the activity that's that goes on in those different departments for those funds that are really just being held temporarily by the county and then dispersed out to local governments or to the state, that activity be recorded on the general ledger. The preparation of fixed asset roll forward was another management letter or another significant deficiency comment from last year has been resolved. Uniform guidance, policies, and procedures. We understand that's still in process to document that. And those are the policies around your federal grants and how those are administered. And then the pension accounting has also been resolved and will not be repeated. And those were listed for 2019. So for 2020, the ones that we'll be reporting are listed here, and I went through those. So that would be it. Are there any questions?
Questions for Ms. Palady?
Can they come from the audience?
No?
I do have a question.
Go ahead.
On the pages where you talk about the general fund budget, I looked at the MD&A section that we got on June 28th, and there was a reference there to that revenues came in at $3.8 million more than was budgeted, but the expenditures were almost $4.2 million more than were budgeted, which gives me a negative $400,000 approximately in terms of that. But when I look at these pages, like page 8, 9, I'm not seeing a balanced budget. So we always start with the balanced budget where our expected revenues and our expected expenditures are gonna equal, right? So the revenues on page 8 are $135,661,145. And then on page 9, the expenditures there are 102 million. What's missing from the expenditures? Is that the debt service?
Page 10.
Right.
Which is a debt service.
But
and the
that
agency
takes it,
payments.
that takes it above 135.
No, the 102 and the 33 should be the 135.
The 102 and the 33?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. So it's the debt service, the
Yeah.
other agencies and the operations.
All right, so that's what's missing there.
Mhm.
And we were then, how much of a deficit was there then?
That's
Was
on,
that the 400,000?
that's on page 10.
Well, the 17 million, but that counts that counts that 19 million.
Correct, correct.
So the difference between those then is what our actual deficit was.
Yeah, so then that's when I put in the MD&A that 3.7, because there's the 19.7 that we physically transferred to 911.
Right.
And then of the voting machines, which was 2.8, we borrowed 1.4 of that. Remember, we didn't borrow all of that. So when you take the 17, negative 17, and add back the 19.7 plus the 1.4, that's where I report the 3.7 on the MD&A. And now that includes CARES money too,
Right.
and that's what we talked about.
Right.
So it's difficult in that there's CARES money, there's borrowed money, and there's day-to-day operations, and they're all kind of commingled in that number. But that's how we wrote it up to show.
And I guess what we need to look at though is how the county managed, like how the divisions manage their budgets. You know?
It's really primarily 1 and 2. So you would be correct in that you're at like a negative 400,000, give or take.
Right.
But we budget the expenses at a global level. So when we sit through the budget and we say retirement, we put it in that one department.
Right.
The auditors for, not just this audit, the last auditors, for correct accounting standards, allocate those to the departments. So like we used to have a retirement for the DA's office, a retirement for, so they have to reallocate that. They have to do an entry. So it is 400,000, but that includes retirement, that includes the pension, that includes, which really, the reason we budget it separate is we don't really have control of that. You know, we obviously have control of the office supplies and that, but we don't have control over the retirement. Yes, we have control over the people, but the rate's the rate, so that's why we kind of put it separate.
But the bottom line that people want to know is, did we stay within our budget or did we overspend?
I would say that we're there. I mean, because if you look at just those 2 pages, we're over by 400,000. That includes those retirement and other things.
Right.
So I would say that we're pretty much right on. I guess you can argue either way. You're right in that page 10 includes the borrowed money. So either we're a little bit over, right on, or a little bit over.
Right, it has to be paid back, so, okay. All right, thank you.
Okay, questions? Okay, if we have questions, I'm sure email to Andrew or Adam, they'd be happy to reply. But very good report, obviously, and you did a good job, I think, as a county. And hopefully we continue this trend, and hopefully we continue this trend to have it done before the June 30th deadline. It wasn't quite so sweaty this year, trying to get it done at the end. So, thank you. The Flood Protection Authority. We have Mr. Yanuzzi.
Good evening, council, and thank you for the opportunity to present this evening. My name is Dominic Yanuzzi, Chairman of the Luzerne County Flood Protection Authority. And behind me is Bill Hardwick, Vice Chairman of the Flood Protection Authority. Christopher Bellman, our Executive Director, is on vacation this week. So this evening, we are here to talk about the Articles of Incorporation of the Authority. When it was originally formed in 1996, the purpose of the authority was to operate and maintain the Wyoming Valley Flood Protection System and administer the mitigation program that is associated with the facility. A few months ago, Duryea Borough approached us that they need some assistance with their flood protection system. that protects them from the rising rivers of the Susquehanna that also then affect the Lackawanna River and then go towards their levee system. Duryea Borough, currently their system needs a significant amount of repairs, and it is non-accredited by both FEMA as well as the Army Corps of Engineers. Duryea Borough asked us to partner with them to help them acquire funding to help them bring their facility up to current standards for both the Army Corps of Engineers and FEMA. Afterwards, Duryea Borough would own the system. However, they would like the Flood Protection Authority to operate and maintain the system for a fee. The current fee that is being brought in by the authority for the Wyoming Valley system would remain the same and would remain unchanged. This would be a new fee structure for Duryea Borough. Both the authority and Duryea Borough have agreed in principle to the framework of an agreement to work together to accomplish the goals of bringing their system up to accreditation as well as own and operate the system. So the next step would be to come here before County Council, who established the Articles of Incorporation for the authority, would be to update the purpose of the authority. And the additional words that we have developed along with our solicitor for the authority would be to adding to the existing purpose, not changing that, and to undertake any and all flood protection actions that the said authority deems necessary and financially feasible, including without limitation, the Duryea Levee Rehabilitation Project to protect residents of Luzerne County as a whole. That has been agreed upon by the 5-member board of the authority, and we are here before County Council to answer any questions regarding this request by the Flood Protection Authority. And we handed out a 2-sided, 1-sheet fact sheet about Duryea Borough and some other items on that sheet. If you would like to review it and come back with any questions, whether they are now or in the future. Any
Questions for Mr. Yannuzzi?
I have a question.
Go ahead.
So the Duryea Levee Rehabilitation Project would not be considered part of the Wyoming Valley Flood Protection System?
It is not, no. It is going to be a totally separate, we're going to call it a separate protection system.
Why?
Because that is the way the articles.
I mean, is Duryea considered part of Wyoming Valley or not?
No, they're not.
Okay. So
No, they're not. They would be
right.
added
Okay.
on. Currently, they are not a municipality that is being administered by this system.
Great. Okay, so that's fine, but now my next question then is, why are we being so specific? Because why don't we just change the wording of maintain the Wyoming Valley Flood Protection System to maintain the Luzerne County Flood Protection System? Because it's a Luzerne County authority. Why name one specific project? Like amending the Articles of Incorporation is a big step. I mean, we've been through this before. You know, I mean, I would like to see that if it's going to be amended again, that it be comprehensive and take into account the entire county, not just Duryea.
We believe that the wording does take into account the entire county. The way it states is that we're going to undertake any and all flood protection actions that the said authority deems necessary and financially feasible, without limitation, the Duryea Rehabilitation System to protect residents of Luzerne County as a whole. So we have the entire county covered underneath that revision for the purpose of the authority.
I understand that, without limitation does mean that. My question though is, why do we have to name one project specifically?
We could, how can I say, massage that purpose. We forwarded that off to the county solicitor's office to review. And if the county solicitor's office comes back with another, we'll say, wording of that, we would be acceptable to be able to improve that. We just put Duryea Borough in there because they are the first.
Well, because that's the one that's instant, but.
They're the
Sure.
first one that is basically
But there's
started
nothing to
this.
say they're gonna be the last one, and then
Correct.
you don't wanna have to keep going back and say, well, now we have to add, whatever.
Understood. We believe that this, well, again, we could talk about it further. So
I mean, if you're gonna fix it, you might as well fix it for a while.
Of course.
Okay, thank you.
I do think it's necessary to have that financial piece in there because obviously Duryea is a whole different situation. I've been up there to visit that area. That area is going to need some kind of upgrade in order to meet the standards of the Army Corps of Engineers. So you're looking at some major work there, I believe.
But yeah, there's a lot of major work there and a lot of grants and funding that has to be acquired to help them overcome what is needed. And again, they came to us as the experts to help them find the funding, administer the funding, get the projects completed. Then when it's all completed and up to standards, they want us to operate and maintain the system.
Mr. DeLuca, would you be willing to work with, who's your solicitor?
Christopher Slosser and Jeffrey Rothman.
For sure, from a legal perspective, but do we have, I guess what you want me to do is in conjunction with the, with council or with the,
I think work on the
county manager?
Yeah, work on the language of what they're proposing here for the new corporation amendment. I think Ms. Houck raised a question about, can we just use Luzerne County as one time and not specifically identify Duryea, I believe.
Understood.
If you guys could talk and see what the proper language should be.
Right, the language is fine, but as far as if there's some sort of policy part of this, Ms. How you have some specific suggestions?
Well, no, my only suggestion would be, well, I don't mean no, I mean yes. Okay, so my suggestion would be to just amend the language to say, to construct, improve, operate, and maintain the Luzerne County flood protection system, to administer a mitigation program associated with the project, and undertake said authority deems necessary and financially feasible to protect the residents of Luzerne County. So in other words, remove the specificity of the Duryea levee rehabilitation project, because that may or may not have to be part of their mission forever. But I mean, I would just change Wyoming Valley to Luzerne County and keep in the financially feasible part. And take out the specifics about including the Duryea levee rehabilitation project.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Lucy, anything else?
No, that's all. If anything comes up regarding our request on the funding that's going to be discussed later in the meeting, we could stay.
Oh, you're welcome to stay. That's no problem.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, one last word. Mr. Uzi, Dr. Jerry Reisiger was here today. You probably met him before, talking about clearing out the forest areas in the environment. You can take that back to Mr. Bellman and.
Yeah, he met with us a few years ago.
Yeah.
Sure.
So
Yeah.
just want to pass that on. I don't know if you were here for that.
Yeah, he provided a presentation just a few years ago. Sure. We understand his.
Dr. Reisiger has made several presentations.
We understand his
Several.
presentation.
Yeah, very good. Thank you.
Okay, Hazleton City with your land bank. Mayor Casad. Jared, do you think you're on Hazleton City?
What's that?
Hazleton City?
Yes, can you hear me?
Who's that?
Yes, hi, it's Sean Logston, the solicitor for Hazleton City.
Very good, go ahead.
Sorry about that, I was muted. Good evening, ladies and
Oh,
gentlemen.
sorry. Yep.
Again, my name is Sean Logsdon. I'm the solicitor for the city of Hazleton. You may recall, I want to see a couple meetings back, we had kind of given a preliminary presentation on our request for our support for our land bank. In follow-up to that, I provided a couple of different documents over to the solicitor's office. I provided a copy of the ordinance that we passed back in November of last year. City Council had passed to create the land bank. I also provided a copy of a proposed resolution for council tonight to consider. Just by way of background here, as you can tell from the original letter that we had sent in February to the chairperson, basically what we're looking for here is some financial support for the sustainability of our land bank program. We presented this exact same arrangement to the Hazleton area school district about a month after we sent out the letter. So it was March of this year, and the school board voted unanimously to approve our request. So the same request that we're making from the county is the same request we made to the school district, and they have approved it. Basically, just as it's laid out in the resolution, we're asking that any properties that or current and delinquent property taxes on any property that's acquired and maintained by the city land bank, that those taxes be abated, and that for 5 years the county will assign the taxes that are paid on any property that's transferred through the land bank process back to the city. So that's basically what we're looking for here. Any properties that are placed in the land bank, that we would get the property taxes abated for the length of time that we have and are maintaining them. And then for 5 years after they're transferred out of the land bank's names, that the county would assign the taxes back from those properties back to the land bank. And of course, the purpose of that is to try to build up some funds where we can get our land bank to a position where it's self-sufficient. We can use staff that's, not just city staff, where our, just get a little bit of breathing room to bring on things like outside solicitors, outside secretarial staff, and the like. So at the end of the day, I think our city council here in Hazleton, we really took a good look at this, and the mayor's been very passionate about it. And we think that this is going to be a good avenue where we can take a lot of those blighted properties in the city, and a lot of the properties that, especially when we've seen people that, kind of want the option of walking away from certain properties, gives us an opportunity, instead of the city becoming a landlord, where we have a land bank where they can transfer their property into the land bank, and we have a separate city organization that can handle that. They can work with developers in terms of figuring out, not just, pulling it out of the repository or whatever, or taking it over, demolishing it, and we're left with a vacant lot in the city that is pretty much useless. Instead, we would have a land bank that could meet and figure out a plan for moving forward and getting the right developers in, and looking at different areas of the city. And especially with all the new exciting development that's going on in the city, it's really a good opportunity to address housing needs and a whole bunch of different needs that we have here. So I guess I'll try to keep it short and sweet. That's really the only things that we're requesting from council tonight. And if anyone has any questions.
Yes, I have one question. You indicated you went to the school district and they agreed to your proposal. What is the city's efforts in this regard?
I'm sorry, the city efforts in order to fund the land bank?
Correct.
Oh, that would be, we're obviously, tax revenue is going to be allocated in our budget for it. Oh, the
So
community
you're gonna
development
use
fund.
the same type of procedure as you're requesting from the school district or from the county?
Yes, same thing.
Okay. Thank you. Anyone else?
Thank you.
Sean,
Hold on one second.
Sean, how many properties have been identified as blighted?
Oh, gosh. Let me think. We haven't actually, the land bank itself, it has not actually, the board has not met in terms of, so we haven't compiled that list just yet. But I mean, just from when different, I think the Blighted Property Committee was meeting and stuff like that. I mean, we were actually at the point where we were prioritizing, so 4 or 5 of the worst ones in the downtown business district, and then a plethora more that were around the city. So the land bank itself hasn't identified exactly how many blighted properties there are, but just in normal code and normal issues from the Blighted Property Committee, it was there's a lot.
Anyone else?
Yes, Mr. Ross. Hey, Mr. Lushon, good to see you. You know, I commend you guys for dealing with blight. It's a severe issue in our county, and spent a couple years here on council doing a blight property review committee, and it was a lot of time, a lot of meetings. And I know you're asking us to give an abatement here for 5 years, I believe. Here I'm on page 19, council members. But this was passed back in November, it looks like, of 2020. So you know, half the year's gone by and your board hasn't met. That means you don't have any bylaws, you don't have a budget set out. I think you're kind of putting the cart before the horse here a little bit. I'd recommend you going back and really going through the long procedure. It's long. Take it from me, and a couple of the people here are instrumental in that. And I think you're looking like at least another 6 months to really get your process straight, make sure all the T's are crossed. These things it's a heavy lift because you got to be careful of fraud, and that's something we were very, very concerned with here at the county level. Just for the Blighted Property Review Committee, just to identify the properties was a huge lift. So again, I would take that back from the board. I would say once you have your board members, your bylaws, and your budget set out, I think that's when I could consider supporting this at the county level.
I can answer that. So when council approved the ordinance creating the land bank, they only gave me I think it was 60 or 90 days to put the permanent members on the board. So the board, when the ordinance was written, the board was created utilizing the cabinet member of the city. So the city does have, we meet every Tuesday to talk about the properties. However, the permanent members are not appointed yet, which they would create more of the long-term processes, like you said. But that's why we haven't put the permanent members on yet, because council had only authorized it to be, I think it was 60 or 90 days from when the board is installed. So I need to get everything else in place to see if it's in before I could put the permanent members onto the board. And the way the ordinance is written, it's basically the head of the redevelopment authority, the head of the housing authority, 2 members from council, myself. So the ordinance spells out who the members will be, but we haven't officially appointed them because of the timeline that we were given under the city council passage.
Right. So again, for me to consider this, I'd really have to see a lot of that in place, Mayor, and that's going to take you a lot of time. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Chair, I don't think this council supported the Pittston land bank, did we?
Financially?
Yeah.
We did support them as far as letters of support, things like that.
Yeah,
but not financial.
Because I would recommend also check Pittston and Northern Wyoming Valleys has a really good model. I would check with Mayor Lombardo there and some other folks up there. And that really might be a benefit to you. You might not have to reinvent the wheel on some of these things. But like I said, I think you're still 6 months out.
I've been working with the mayor since before I was elected as our mayor on the land bank. And we want to get this in place so we could start for 2022. So that's why I figure we have 5 months left now before we move to that point.
Right. I would suggest come back to this body here at that time and let us know how you're doing.
Anyone else with questions? Mr. Saban? No. Oh, I'm sorry.
Mr. McGillen?
Yes, go ahead.
Mayor Cassatt, do you have your employees, are the employees picked for the land bank yet or no?
No, the plan is that we would use the city employees to start the land bank until it could be self-sufficient.
So do you have a salary structure set up for the executive director and council and legal staff and all those members that we would actually know how much it's gonna start out to cost the land bank for its inception?
No, we haven't considered any type of salary yet. So, I mean, my administration's prepared to run it for the first year or so before we get anywhere that we could afford to pay somebody substantial salaries.
So is the executive director gonna get a salary the very first year then, or, because you don't have any money right now, right?
No, we only have some money that we have set aside in the community development that can be utilized to start the funding of it.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not I mean, I understand you have to have some funding, but I think basically we're giving a KOZ to Hazleton City for a 5-year term on a land bank. For people that go, you know, they get property out of the land bank, they don't pay any taxes for 5 years, they pay it. Well, I should rephrase, I guess they pay taxes, but it goes to the land bank, is that correct?
That's what we're requesting.
Okay, so they're actually, if somebody gets a property out of the land bank, they actually pay the taxes to the land bank.
No,
So
they pay to us and then we would reimburse.
Then you reimburse it,
That's what
okay.
it says in the resolution.
Okay. Yeah, I tend to think that, you know, there's just not enough information to move on, you know, actually approving this at the moment. I would really like to know what your salary structure were going to be for an executive director. Even, I think when the county tried to do that, we had an idea of what legal staff was going to cost and where the monies were going to come from for that when we first did put the land bank in place for Luzerne County. So, you know, or the blighted property committee, I should say. So when we set that all up, we had an idea of what the costs were going to be and what salaries we're going to pay. We don't have any of that here in this agreement.
Okay,
Any other
well,
questions?
we can reach back in a couple of months, then we'll just move forward with not counting any funding from the county. And then if you agree to it later on, then it'll be a bonus for us.
Any other questions?
On the redevelopment authority, is that Hazleton City Redevelopment Authority, Mayor? Or is it the Luzerne County Redevelopment Authority?
We have a Hazleton Redevelopment Authority.
Okay.
Separate.
Yeah, separate.
All the cities have their own redevelopment.
Okay.
authority.
Very good.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
If you remember, we took number 5 off of the voting session, said we would talk about it in the work session. Mr. Riley, please, would you come to the podium? There's been a discussion there that we need more information. Mr. Riley's here to provide it.
Good evening, Andy Riley from the Luzerne County Office of Community Development. If you recall, a few weeks back, we had a brief introduction concerning the CPACE program, which is a program that enables commercial private property building owners to obtain low-cost, long-term financing to perform energy efficiency, water conservation, and renewable energy projects. I believe on the line is both Shannon Crooker from the Sustainable Energy Fund and John Augustine from Penns Northeast to further describe the program and answer any questions that council members may have.
We'll ask whoever you want first there, Mr. Riley.
John Augustine?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. Go ahead.
So thank you, members of council, for allowing us to present this again. We certainly want to make sure from our standpoint that any questions that any members have are answered. We believe this program does 2 things. One, it puts us on equal footing amongst our other counties within Pennsylvania that are already doing this. This is a state-supported program under the Department of Environmental Protection. This is an environmentally friendly program. It is not a cost burden program to the county. It doesn't remove any existing revenues. It just allows building owners, business owners to invest in their property in order to save money in the long term and improve the environment. On those 2 points alone, we feel that this is a no-brainer to move forward. It checks all the boxes in terms of the benefits that it adds. And from an economic development standpoint, creating jobs, it just gives us something additional in our toolbox to be able to market Luzerne County. It should just be noted that this came to our attention through the Sustainable Energy Fund as the group that is permitted by the state to manage this program and publicize and market the program. But we have currently 2 businesses in Luzerne County who have asked that this program be put in place, as they are 2 businesses that would look to take advantage of this program, which is why our urgency in trying to get this passed to move forward is in order to help those businesses and help additional businesses down the road. I don't think this is a KOZ or Alerta type situation where it's going to be used tremendously by so many different businesses. But again, it's just one other tool or resource that we have to help businesses grow. So again, thank you for the time.
I want to ask the next lady, please.
Shannon, are you on the line?
Yes, thank you so much for having me tonight. I appreciate the time that you're taking. CPACE is a nationwide program here in Pennsylvania. We enacted it to help advance energy efficiency as well as renewable energy. Essentially, it helps a property owner either reduce the overall cost of capital invested in their property, as well as reduce the operating income. So it's a win-win. It benefits the occupants, the environment, as well as modernizes the building stock. So far, there's been 16 counties in Pennsylvania. In 2018, when it was enacted, we underwent a very lengthy stakeholder and public comment period to get the guidelines established so they're consistent statewide. And we want to keep this as streamlined and accessible to the market. So each county can have something that kind of stands up apart, and it makes it just a little bit easier for capital providers, property owners to meet the guidelines to help make their buildings more efficient. And I think it's as John indicated, it's a win-win. It's just another tool in their toolbox to help round out their capital stack and make energy efficiency more accessible. If you have any questions, I'm definitely more than open to answer now.
Questions, please.
Mr. McGinley, I have a couple.
Go ahead.
My first concern is on the ability to tell the municipalities that are we going to be a district or are we a program? Is the county? We're district, right? Is that what we're considered?
So by
this program?
By enabling the program, you set a CPACE district that would be across the county. No one they can opt in, opt out, but it essentially says
recording stopped.
A property in any municipality in Luzerne County has access to this program, and it's at no cost. Sustainable Energy Fund will ensure that the projects are meeting the guidelines that are
recording in progress
statewide. And then essentially it's a pass through when it comes to collecting the taxes or collecting the special payment. Because of the way that the payment is collected, it's collected like a tax. So that assessment is due. And what we've worked with most counties is that the county treasurer has been billing and collecting the payment, although some have opted to have their tax collector, but it's essentially a pass through.
Right. So the statute in Act 12 says that we're supposed to, the county establishes a program must notify any municipality that may be in the district of their possible inclusion. Have we done that in the county?
We have. The letters were mailed on June 11th.
They were. Did they get returned by all the municipalities? Did they accept it?
There is not a requirement that they have to accept, only a notification requirement. I had about 2 or 3 phone calls, one from the municipality of Kingston. There was one other one just asking if they needed to do anything to participate, explain the program parameters. Once they understood that there was nothing on their end in terms of a heavy lift or having to adopt it, they were fine.
On the part of the heavy lift with the, because this is a lien against the property taxes. So if somebody takes out a loan for $500,000, that lien goes against that property, right? I mean, that's basically the collateral for the loan from the lender. And we're responsible to collect that loan and send it to the lending institution that borrowed that afforded them the money, correct?
Correct.
So who's going to be responsible for making sure that that's done on the county level? Because we're going to put it on their tax bill, apparently, what that payment's going to be. So somebody's going to have to collect that. And because we use tax collectors, are the tax collectors going to be doing that?
Well, I think Shannon, do you want to speak to that?
Sure. So when it comes to the normal practices that Luzerne already has in place for collecting delinquent taxes, that's exactly what you would do. Nationwide, there has not been a delinquency yet when CPACE, and it's been around since 2010. So it would already follow. And one thing that's interesting, it's not like a mortgage where the whole amount, the whole mortgage amount is going to be due. Only that year's assessment is going to be due. So only that year's payment, and nothing will accelerate beyond that. So they'll just be collecting it as if the normal tax protocol or delinquency, if it's a sheriff sale or however if you even negotiate with the property owners, that's exactly how the tax collectors would already do it, whatever standards you have in place.
So my question is, the tax collectors are going to have to do that. We already have an agreement with tax collectors to pay them a certain fee. Are we going to be responsible to pay them extra for doing this extra work then? Or are we going to have to do a renegotiation with tax collectors? Because I don't believe 76 tax collectors of the county are going to step up and do this task for free. I doubt that's going to happen. I think we'll probably end up having some kind of response from the tax. We even spoken to the tax collectors about this.
Well, knowing that there hasn't been any delinquencies, I would say the risk is low, but the statement in levy and lien, which is the contractual document for each CPACE transaction that goes through, is going to release the county of any obligations. And if you want to set a fee to help cover, like maybe it's an annual fee or it's part of the origination fee for the CPACE transactions, the county has freedom to do that, and then it will just be an additional cost, just in the event to recoup that cost that you may incur.
It'll be additional cost to the person borrowing the money?
It will be low. Yes, it will be a soft cost that's rolled into the total financial package.
But we don't know as a county whether that's actually going to transpire or not, and that's my concern is if council passes this resolution to put this program in place, and now we have people that want to borrow this money, and now the tax bills go out in March of next year, and now the levy is going to be put on their tax bill, and now the tax collector is now going to get a levy or a duplicate that they're going to be responsible for collecting county tax, municipal tax, and a loan. And they were not aware of that process. So how are they going to respond to that? And who's going to compensate them for that is a real important issue for me, because the tax collectors could say, we're not going to, they're independent. They could say they're not going to participate. There's nothing that says they have to collect that money, correct? As a tax collector.
Right. As an option, though, the county can totally just decide to collect it through the treasury and bypass the solicitors if that's a concern.
Then there's a cost to the county.
Which we can include into the program fees if that's
right. But we're being told as council that there's no cost to the county, when in fact that's actually not true if we don't clear this with the tax collector first. There is a cost to the county, and unless
Walter, you do have the option of charging an administrative fee, which would recoup any costs that the county would have.
Yeah, we do that, but I think those type of things need to be on the front end, is whether we're going to do it that way or not, so that the people who are borrowing the money, as well as the county, knows what their exposure is administratively. I mean, that's an awful lot of work to add to Laura Beers's table already if she's not prepared to do that. So have we talked to the treasurer to say,
yeah,
if the tax collectors don't do it, will you do it?
We've talked to Laura. Laura did not believe that it would be any major additional work, because quite frankly, you're talking about a handful of properties. This is not something that is going to be a rush of properties
Right.
coming in to participate. You know, we anticipate that there could be one a year, there could be less. I mean, this is a pretty specific program that only certain industries would even be interested in. So it's just another tool. It's not a broad-based program that would create a lot of administrative burden really for anybody. So.
And what do we do when the person who has a loan defaults on the loan? What's the exposure to the county for that property then? So they don't pay the loan back. They just throw their hands up and say, I'm not paying the loan back. I'm not paying my taxes. I'm out of here. I'm leaving. Now what's the exposure to the county? Can we take the cotton? Can we take the property, put it in tax claim and recoup our money? Or are we responsible to pay that loan then?
No, the county is,
not responsible.
right, the county is
Go ahead,
completely
Shannon.
released. The county in the contractual documents is completely released. There's no indemnification. The capital provider can choose to go, just like a mortgage holder would choose to buy the property and sell it themselves and take ownership of it. The county would not have any responsibility or ownership in that.
But we're holding the property as hostage for the loan, correct?
No, so it's just that 1 year assessment that would be due. And then just like a bank would come in and buy that property, the CPACE capital provider may choose to do so, but in most instances, in this, there's no data to support this. I must be clear. The mortgage holder would most definitely, the senior mortgage who has to consent. The CPACE transaction will not move forward if the senior mortgage holder does not consent to it. So in most cases, we can assume that the mortgage holder would take ownership of that property and sell it.
So I went out and I looked at a couple of counties that are already participating. I think we have like 6 or 7 or so in the county, in the Commonwealth that are participating in the program. And Allegheny County stuck out pretty pointed as their statement of levy liens and assessment agreement, which is something that, you know, the county probably should look at as, I mean, it's pretty spelled out to keep Allegheny County off of the hook for any kind of liability for any of these projects that are possibly coming down the road for the county. And so my concern is obviously Allegheny County has I guess this is like a 24-page document that shows their document that borrower has to sign to protect the county from liability. That's a pretty lengthy document for something that we're not, you know, are we going to be exposed to a lot of things that we need to have a 24-page document? The county?
Well, it's that many pages because of all the exhibits, which is going to include the legal description, the title, the fee schedule, and additional things. But the statement and levy and lien, we usually will negotiate with the county solicitor and provide it to them to add any changes and go back and forth. So this isn't something that's just a blank template. We work with each county to make sure that it's something that the county is comfortable with before we enact it.
Okay. And my last question is, what is the advantage of us being even involved in it rather than them just going to a bank and getting the money? I mean, the interest rate, can't they go to community development, get low interest business loans or whatever they need to do and end up with, is the idea to get a low interest loan, or is the idea to, what is the reason for the program?
So one of the main reasons that a lot of people or property owners will use CPACE is because it helps them preserve capital. So yes, the senior mortgage lender is going to probably have a lower interest, but the property owner is going to have to put so much money down because the loan to value ratio, it's just like when you have a mortgage, you're going to have to put 20% to 30% down. So the CPACE helps offset that, and they won't have to put as much money down, and it's long term. In the commercial real estate equipment leasing and loans and even mortgages, they don't extend out to the life of the equipment in all cases. So it's really nice that the return of investment will match the life of the equipment, whether it's boilers, HVAC, chillers, or anything like that, like, which are really hard to get that 5-10 year look back or payback. The fact that it extends to the life of the equipment and helps lower that annual payment or that monthly payment that you would essentially have since it matches the life of equipment. That's the really nice benefit of CPACE.
And what does the bank's advantage? Because you only have certain banks that can participate. So what kind of money is the banks making on the process? Because there's only like 6 or 7 lenders that can be used for this. They can't go to a PNC bank or somebody. They have to be an approved lender. So
No, they can.
They can go to PNC,
yes,
any bank?
It's an open market. And if any local or regional national bank wants to participate, they can be a CPACE lender themselves. And we're actually having a event next week to kind of highlight the benefits for local banks. Because I know Wayne County, one of the reasons that they adopted so early is because of the regional banks really wanted to be able to offer this as another option for their customers.
Okay, thank you.
If there are any other questions, please feel free to email me, and if I don't have the answer, I'll certainly reach out to Shannon.
So send them to you, Mr. Riley.
Send them to me, and I'll get the answer.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Rosencrantz, you have a couple items?
Yes, sir.
I know you'll be brief, right?
Brief as I can be,
Thank you.
for the sake of time. So before you is a resolution authorizing the county manager to execute a tower site lease agreement with Hirschfeld Communications. It's for the Evans Falls Tower Site in Monroe Township to help cover the Dallas Township and Monroe Township area back mountain for the P25 digital radio project. And the other agenda item, if we could jump ahead while I'm up here.
Absolutely, I'm there.
Is the ordinance amending the 2021 fiscal year budget for our 911 funding. If you recall, I presented an approximate $1.8 million deficit in the project, and this is going to help shore up some of those costs that we have in that. So about $600,000. $450,000 of that is from the beginning of 2020. We received PEMA funding that was unanticipated, and we have reserves and deferrals that can be used for it in 911 funds.
Great. Questions for Mr. Rosencrantz?
Just a quick question here.
All right.
I'm looking at the back of this contract review and where it's e-signed already. Is this just the preliminary?
That's just preliminary, yes. Yeah, that was only for the administration, my signature and the division head signature and the purchasing, yes.
That's all I wanted to ask.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Riley, are you the ERA? Number 10. Budget amendment for ERA.
Oh. Budget amendment, ERA.
So, Freeland Council, in front of you is the budget amendment for the ERA 2 program. It's very similar to the first program that Mr. Riley had. It was just the timing issue of the time additional money came out. So it's the same setup, the same funds, and anything we need for the voting session, we'll have ready to go. But it's very similar.
Systems, right?
Yes, yes, emergency.
So it's just additional money for that program?
It's the same program. It's the, we've gotten money from both the federal government, with the U.S. Treasury, and the state, and it's being administered by CEO.
Okay. All right. Very good. Thank you. Ms. McDermott, you want to talk about your second part of 11?
Yes. There are 222 marketable properties that Luzerne County owns, and 114 of them have deeds. 27 are assessed at $10,000 and less. 108 of them have no deeds. And what we were working on, the real estate committee, is trying to put together a list of properties to try to start to sell. We did come up with the list of 27 properties that have deeds that are under $10,000. And what we thought was maybe we could reach out to adjacent property owners to see if they're interested in purchasing it, possibly advertise them. And one thing that we have to do is draw up, which we didn't do, but with the real estate committee has to draw up a letter and an advertisement that we can have council vote on if we choose to try to sell those properties. It's a start.
Okay. Questions from Mr. McDermott? Thank you. Elite Solutions, I see Mr. Falcone. Mr.
Yes.
Falcone.
Excuse me. Yes. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening. I think Mr. Falcone, you're on in reference to the $100 fee that was elite revenue was using with the sale of some properties.
Yes, this fee was implemented for the April upset tax sale, which was held during the COVID restrictions. And the limitation was placed upon the elite revenue as a result of the arena limiting the capacity to a total of 200 people. We had a sale in September of 2020, and we had in excess of 750 people attend the sale, most of whom did not bid. And for that sale, we stated that only registered bidders could attend. So due to the capacity concerns, the $100 fee was suggested, which was really learned about through the Luzerne County Sheriff's Department that was charging the same fee for its sheriff sales. And we checked with the county solicitor. In accordance with the agreement, there was no objection, and that was the fee was implemented for registration purposes. The fee also was credited, though, to any successful bidders. So if you bid on a property, your $100 registration fee was credited to your bid. And then with the remaining money, it was turned over to the county. So it was not a fee that was a benefit received by elite revenue. The sole purpose of it was in order to ensure that we had people at the sale who were prepared to bid and purchase properties. It should also be noted that the number of bidders, the cap on the number of bidders, was not reached until the Tuesday before the sale. So there was plenty of time for people to bid. And really, you know, this was an extraordinary circumstance with the limitation of 200 people. And, you know, if we did not know how to handle crowd control if more than 200 people came up. So if we had 700 people attend, we'd have to turn 500 people away. So that was how this came to be.
Questions for Mr. Falcone?
Are you still charging the fee, Mr. Falcone?
At this time, we do not intend to charge the fee unless we are hit with capacity limitations, and we're open to suggestions as to how to handle it when our history is that we have a number of people who attend sales that don't bid. So if we can only fit 5 people in a room, our goal was to get the 5 most qualified people there to bid in order to recover the most amount of money for the county.
What does Lehigh County do the same thing?
No, in Lehigh County, what they do differently is they require after each property is sold that there's $1,000 deposit paid right on the spot. So that's how they control their bidding. And what that does is it makes people come with money in hand to the sale. And they have to pay that money immediately after the hammer drops. Otherwise, we re-expose the property.
I'm
So
looking at your
that's their
document.
procedure.
Okay, I'm looking at your document online for the procedure for the prospective tax sale bidders. And that disclaimer has now been taken off of that slip. So you have no intentions of charging that $100 anymore then?
Correct. So long as we do not get hit with restrictions. I mean, we do not know how to handle capacity restrictions any other way. You know, than to make sure we have bidders there who are actually going to bid on the property and purchase the property.
And I think the only issue that we had, myself anyway, I know other members of council might have had the same concern, was the issue that it was put in place without anybody knowing about it. That's the big concern. If, you know, somebody calls on the phone and says, how come I'm being charged $100 to put a bid in on a property, and we have no idea that that was even taking place? That should have been brought to council.
Well,
and that's the concern.
But our contract specifically states. Go ahead, Romilda.
Well, they, according to the contract, they have to notify the solicitor's office if there are issues with the sales. And at that time, we did a review of the contract and the act, and there was no legal hurdle. There was no legal reason why they couldn't do that. I can tell you, since I'm sitting in this chair, that if an issue like that comes up again, council will be notified.
Yeah, and that would go to my point was, so if they told the solicitor's office should have told council, but that's yesterday's news. I'm more than happy to move on from that, and hopefully we can learn from these type of experiences, and we could just, you know, I understand the idea behind it. It's the mechanics of it that was a little bit annoying. So I do appreciate the explanation as to how that happened, and certainly that you know, we're able to do crowd control. I understand that was a problem, but I would have thought that we could have probably handled it in a little bit different fashion rather than $100 possibly, is make them register. And you know, I don't know what other way you could have did it, but I just thought that that was a little heavy-handed to do that to people who we want to come in and buy county property. But your explanation about the fact that we had 700 some people at the prior sale, and a lot of them didn't buy anything, you know, that's kind of the way things go sometimes. But I appreciate the explanation, Mr. Falcone. I appreciate it a lot. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
How much money was collected?
Over $19,000.
Yeah.
$19,000.
Okay.
And what happened with that money?
After the $100 was deducted, if somebody was a successful bidder, the remaining amount of money came to the county.
Into the county. Okay.
Attorney Falcone,
Yes.
if I could make a suggestion, it's Bobby Schnee. In your ad, could you possibly put bidders only? Because I've attended those sales in the past, and the person's bringing 3 and 4 of his friends with him. So you said 700 people were there. They're not all bidders. Like, again,
well,
I've been to them. Like, and I understand why you did that restriction. And I agree, maybe council should have just been notified, but I totally agree with what occurred there. And all the money did go to the county. So there was no underhanding going on here. And I appreciate the great job Elite does for the county over the years.
Thank you. And we do state in our ads that bidders only are to attend, but I'll be candid with you. We are faced with people showing up with their children. And do we want to turn them away because they have a child with them? You know, it's a real balancing act, because you're trying to accommodate people as much as you can. The sales recently have just grown so much with the number of people attending that, you know, we never thought we would have the capacity concerns that we had when we started, we did this in the jury assembly room. And now we're at King's College gym. So, it's something that we just have to monitor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
One other item. Did you ever give consideration for bidding online or by the telephone?
We have looked into bidding online, and I know that Montgomery County did this during COVID, and I've read through the statute extensively, trying to determine if that is permitted under the statute. And the reason I say that is the language when this was drafted was well before the internet. And it seems to be that it has to be, the sale has to happen on a certain day. And it looks as if they're doing things a little bit differently, but we are exploring it. But I want to make sure that we have legal tax sales first and foremost.
Okay. Thank you again, Ms. Attorney Falcone. Number 13, I think it's in your packet. Are there any questions in that regards to the United States semi-quincentennial? Pretty self-explanatory, I believe, right? And is best for last?
Mr. McGinley, I asked about a motion at the voting session, and I'll be real brief on it. I would like to see us put something on the next voting session to have the legislative committee to sit down with the HR department and the county manager regarding a drug policy in the county. That I would like to see that legislative committee come back and take a look at the personnel policy and the personnel code in collaboration.
Legislative committee is the proper committee.
Well, they do legislation to change the personnel code, right?
It will take ordinances to change it, yes.
Well,
But
then
that would come out of a different situation. That
right.
would
So the
not
committee
be-
could bring that stuff to the council.
Well, I would think that could go to strategic initiatives, code review.
Okay.
Well,
Yeah.
Probably
well, it needs to be. I think it needs to be looked at by.
Okay.
I think it's legislative committee according to our charter and our bylaws. It says legislative committee.
You're incorrect on that.
It says the legislative committee is the one that looks at drafting legislation for the council.
I understand, but that's not
Okay.
what you're looking at.
But if you're gonna
Looking at
amend the
policy.
code, if you're gonna amend the code, and if you're gonna try to
Yeah.
put an initiative in terms of the personnel policy or personnel code, I think that's where it starts.
Well, can we get it to some committee, a motion for next
Well,
week?
we'll get something together.
For next week,
Not next week.
or I mean, 2 weeks, for the voting
Next week,
session,
we have enough on our agenda.
for the voting session, just so it doesn't get forgotten.
It won't be forgotten.
Okay.
Ms. Corcoran,
Thank you. I have a PowerPoint. Jerry, can you, or Ed, could you post that? Thank you. Before going through the PowerPoint, we all need to keep in mind that this funding represents the largest fiscal jolt that the county budget will receive in decades and maybe through modern counting. And now we're scrambling to determine how to use these funds. And what I caution is we need to step back and we need to breathe. The decisions that council make will determine whether Luzerne County merely enjoys a brief stimulus or provide the seeds for a trajectory of county-wide inclusive economic growth. This PowerPoint that we'll go through will be brief, but there are 3 prongs to our approach. The first is we have to think strategically. The second is if we have to be organized in our approach. And third, it must be data driven because we will have to have strict reporting requirements. Next page, please. It's been discussed, the total allocation for Luzerne County is $112,890,152. It's hard to imagine that sum. The amount, next slide, the amount received to date is $56,445,076. The balance will be awarded, is expected to be awarded in May of 2022. So at this point, the proposal that Councilmember Hawes has will come out of the $56 million. Next slide, please. The U.S. Treasury currently has an interim final rule available that was discussed, but the final rule will not be available until September 2021. And that's a pivotal date. There was a deadline to submit comments on the interim final rule on July 9th of 2021. Next slide, please. There are key dates. The first is December 31st of 2024. That's the date that all the funds must be incurred and obligated. Not spent, but incurred and obligated. The next date to keep in mind is December 31st of 2026. That's the date that the funds must be expended to cover the obligation. All the work must be completed by then. Next slide, please. These are currently the proposed project categories and distribution. I want everyone to know that these project categories are fluid and they're not necessarily final because we have to keep in mind the final requirement date issued by the Treasury in September. The first area that our team has identified is rainwater projects. We met with the Wyoming Valley Sanitary Authority and DAMA, and they provided to us a list of projects. And the concept is that these funds will be used to fund those projects. Simultaneously, the goal will be to relieve the rainwater fee for the individual residents of the county. We don't have the final percentage yet of the deduction that the residents will receive for their fee, because that will be determined with the final determination. The next area are small businesses and tourism, and I will defer to Andy Riley at this point.
So just a note very briefly, we will obviously be working with the new tourism director, Alan Stout, to see what the needs of the tourism agency will be and what some of those venues believe they need coming out of the pandemic. But currently, Penn's Northeast is in the process of doing a follow-up with all of the businesses that we helped with the CARES Act funding. And they are doing a survey, and they're basically going to ask those businesses that what their needs are going forward as they emerge from the pandemic. And then based on those responses, we hope to design a program that will assist those businesses move forward post-pandemic. So the survey will obviously give us a roadmap on what type of program to design, because without that roadmap, we don't want to just make guesses about what we think businesses need. We want to actually go out and ask those businesses what they think is the best way forward. Thank you.
The next area is the county lost revenue projects, and Ed O'Neill will be addressing that. Or Brian Sweats.
Thank you, council. To be brief, the requirements are the same for both NACO and GFOA. The requirements show a 4.1% revenue increase. That's what their calculation is based on. The only project that we can actually back up was the money we received from the prior year of the 28 million. When you take that out and consider 2020 versus 2019 audited, and that's all funds, that's not just the general fund, includes the agencies, includes every piece of the county, that's a little bit over 6 million. So conservatively, we'll use $6 million. So that means that amount is eligible. It doesn't mean we're recommending that. That means that 6 million can be used for any kind of venue that lost revenue internally, internal county departments, or externally. And that's the cap, it's $6 million. So again, as Rinaldo said, it'll be fluid. It may be well less than that, but that's the cap per the calculation, 6 million. Thank you.
The next area that was identified are levee improvements. I don't know if there's anybody from the Flood Protection Authority that can speak to that.
Yes, we have a handout here of all of the projects that we have requested and submitted to the county manager's office. There you go.
That's one.
I need one. So these are all the projects. It was indicated to the Flood Protection Authority that approximately $8 million could be allocated towards projects for the Flood Protection Authority. And we have developed a list of projects that were passed by the board to be submitted to the county to assist in the upkeep and maintenance of the levee system, as well as bring down potential operation and maintenance costs as well. Any questions for me on that?
Well, yeah, because you're an authority, are we allowed to spend this money to fund authority project, the Flood Protection Authority projects?
I believe that is correct.
Correct, but we'll have to wait for the final determination.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
okay.
The final determination will, once we get verification of that, will determine what project we can use to fund it.
Right, but you know, for example, the levy fee is levied by the authority, and they, you know, that's, I mean, it's a completely separate entity from the county at this point. So I'm just.
We submitted an entire list of questions for the treasury concerning levy stuff.
Is that one of them?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
We also have the same situation with the sanitation authority.
Yeah, no, I know.
Yeah, so I think those are legitimate questions, and I also think that, you know, as we get the results of the final information, we will have a clear picture of where we actually can work with it.
So when we give the levy, the flood authority, the $8 million for that, will they take the levy fee away then? Oh, yeah, I thought that would be funny, but I'm not really, laughing about it, I'm serious.
It's not funny, Mr. Griffin. It's, as you can see, most of these projects are for capital improvements that would come out of the capital improvement fund. Some of them will help on operation and maintenance. And we will look at the best way to utilize the fee that is, you know, currently being assessed.
But isn't the fee used for all of these things too?
Some of them, yes, but some of these we would have to apply for grants. So what we've been doing in the past, you know, 5 years that I've been on the board. So there's just a lot of different projects there.
I see a new dump truck's important.
Mr. Uducci? To be honest with you, if you want the council to consider some of these things, you should be looking at the fee reduction.
that was brought to my attention yesterday, and we are gonna look into that. And we're gonna see how we could adjust our budgets.
That's, you know, part of, I think, the philosophy here is to help our residents. And you know, there's 14,000 people are paying the fee at this point.
Yes, approximately 14,000.
Okay.
Well,
That's
definitely.
14,000 homes, and you know, we'll be looking for some relief.
We're definitely will advocate for relief to the individuals who have the fee.
Are these projects ranked in order of importance?
Not necessarily, no.
Great, thanks.
No, thank you.
Just Christmas from the federal government, that's all.
Again, appreciate the opportunity and consideration by council.
Eddie, do you want to add anything?
I do. You missed me there. You skipped me on the County Stormwater project.
Okay.
I'll jump in really quick. Good evening, members of council. The county stormwater projects would aid us in our long-term goal of improving the transportation infrastructure throughout the county. It would help us to alleviate a lot of the drainage problems that we currently have on our roadways. Some of the items that would be included under this category would be redesigning outdated undersized stormwater conveyance systems, paving some of the shoulders, installation of base drains, rock line swales, replacement of undersized or deteriorated cross pipes, correction of current drainage problem areas, addition of drainage pipe, addition of catch basins and inlets, and addition of riprap at outfalls and at bridge locations. These would all help the water to run off, which is one of the major problems we have in why our roads deteriorate as quickly as they do. So we are spending a lot of money, a considerable amount of money in the last few years, paving and trying to get grants and allocate funding to restore those roadways. And we're hoping that this will go a long way in helping the duration and longevity of those improvements.
These are all county-owned roads and bridges?
That's correct. That's correct.
So it'll only be on the properties that the county owns as far as.
It would be on county roadways exclusively. That's correct.
As you go through some of these projects, are you able to do other paving with this or? is that-
No, paving is not listed currently under the allowable uses for the funding. But
So you have an
stormwater-
apron that extends.
But this is a direct relationship to, you know, it's not paving,
Yeah.
but it's doing a lot of the preliminary work that we would normally have to do in order to prepare to pave and restore roads.
So we cut down our costs then if we restore that road.
It would reduce some of our costs, yes, because we do drainage work as a preliminary portion of the work that is done in preparation when we do mills and overlays or reconstruction or FDR. That's correct. And just a last note on this, we did do a cost estimate, a conservative cost estimate, just to give you an idea of what this drainage work would be, is approximately $75,000 a mile.
How many miles we're talking about?
Well, it's not necessarily, we have, I think, 125 miles of
Yeah,
roadways.
something like that, right?
Yeah.
So 75,000 times 125?
That would be the total, yes, if we
That'd
were
give
to
you a
look at doing
ballpark figure.
everything, correct. I mean, you have to consider that we have done some of this on some of the roadways that we recently redone, so they would not be needed, but. Okay.
How about county bridges like West Nanticoke? Have you, I know that was something that Manager Pedri brought up about the West Nanticoke Bridge and trying to get some money to repair that out of this funding? Is that?
Well, I'm
a
not aware
possibility,
that
you know?
this funding would be eligible for that. We are looking at other sources of funding. Senator Udicic's office was trying to assist the county with that process. That's still in the works as far as I know, but this, again, with the preliminary or interim guidelines that we've been given, bridge work is not permissible.
Okay.
But the West Nanticoke Bridge is on the radar.
Right.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Next,
Thank you.
next
Go ahead.
page.
Sorry.
Next page is that we are waiting for the eligibility determination from the U.S. Treasury. And we have and will continue to reach out for assistance from our congressional delegation and from the National Association of Counties. And we will keep council up to date when we get responses. And when we give you those updates, if you have any other inquiries that you want us to make, we will definitely do that. Next slide, please. The ultimate goal is to lessen the hardship on Luzerne County residents while at the same time providing a tangible improvement that will span years to come and in the future. So upon the issuance of the final rule by the U.S. Treasury, we will give County Council a finalized project and spending plan.
Thank you. Nicely done, lot to contemplate. Public comment? Public comments?
I'm going first.
Me?
Am I the only one left?
I
Did
doubt
I make
it.
it the entire time? You doubt it? You think they're still on the?
There's some people on the phone.
They're out there cutting down the money tree.
Well, she just offered
Mr.
some seeds
Manta?
that I gave me.
All right, Mr. Manta, we have Ms. Hartman first.
She just
Oh,
offered
I'm
some
sorry.
seeds, so that gives me a little bit of hope, because my mother was looking for the seeds from the
Money tree.
commissioners a long time ago. So a little bit of seed would help our county altogether. So I'm just gonna continue right where I was before. So I'm asking you all to please wake up. What you're hearing, the scuttlebutt that you're hearing is positively, absolutely true. I was here yesterday trying to get court records. It was previously done that if you had a hearing with children and youth involved, you had to file a motion, and this motion would go in front of the judge, and the judge would say if that record could be released to the family or people involved. So you could then go for help, go for assistance, whatever. Those rulings are denied all the time. You cannot get those. Apparently, something changed here in the courthouse in the last 6 months. I was saying before, it was posted, notice of family bar, effective May 15, 2021. All family court motions that were previously emailed to Nancy and Sharon shall now be emailed to family courts of Luzerne County. Counsel and self-represented litigants must scan and email a filed copy of the motion, including the proposed order, to the court for consideration. Any questions should be directed to Family Court Administrator Kim, I don't want to say her name wrong, V, and it was May 7th. So I came to get records. I did the proper procedure. I got the paperwork. I spent the entire weekend finding docket numbers that change once you move from magistrate court to the other court. Docket numbers change. I got all the proper docket numbers, prepared all the proper procedures, came in, requested the proper, filed the proper documents, go downstairs, only to find out what I was told on Thursday is no longer true. They told me I'd bring that in, they would tell me how much it was gonna cost me for transcription. I was informed that now, with this new policy, and they don't know if the policy, the woman that I spoke to was very nice as she was explaining it to me. She said she's not sure if this policy wasn't on the record for a long time, but it was never being followed. And something happened 6 months ago that now this policy is being followed to a T. So if you're looking for a record that involves a children and youth case, you're not gonna get that. Like, that's gonna get denied in motions court where it needs to go. Now, if you're looking for family court records, so just a custody, you're in custody, you want a copy of your custody records, you have to file a motion, go in front of a judge who can deny you access to that record. So tomorrow or the next day, because now I'm preparing 9 motions to go with the 9 judges that have been involved in my case for 5 years. While children and youth were involved, it was all under Judge Rogers. When children and youth went out of it and we entered mental health court, and I must tell you all that if you're looking for a court to guide you how you're going to fix this place, you already have it, and it's your mental health court team. Your mental health court team are the best people that I've met in this county. Dealing with clients, helping clients, trying to be there for the people that need the help. Dr. Anzalone, Sam Falzone was just on. He's an awesome guy. I've dealt with these people for 1.5 years. My son and my daughter-in-law are their #1 clients for the last 2 years. They say they wish that everybody had the support that my kid has, okay? And they don't know why we are where we are 5 years later. They don't know why I haven't seen my grandchild in 5 years. They don't know why my son hasn't seen his son in 5.5 years. They don't understand what is going on across the hall from them.
Ms. Hartman?
My time is up.
Yeah.
Can I talk about a budget item?
No. Ms. Hartman, the little bit with your discussion, those are all court-related matters.
Mhm.
And as you know, courts are a separate branch of government.
Yeah. But your budget that you just went over tonight has 44 million in it. That comes in $9,000 per kid that gets divided through all the nonprofits under Title V funding. So if you want to talk about budget, it'll be 2 weeks and I'll be here talking about it.
You're welcome
Because
to come back.
all the money's coming from Title V funding, all the nonprofits are taking
You're
it.
welcome to come back.
I will be back.
Mr. Manta?
Okay, let me clear my ears out, and I'd like to have somebody repeat that to me again. Are they talking about ending the rain tax? Is this what I understand?
No.
Mr.
No.
Manta, at this point,
No. Not ending it,
excuse
but
me. Mr. Manta?
Go ahead.
All the presentation was proposed without knowing the
Okay.
final regulations. Nothing is finalized.
Okay. My heart was fluttering because I was getting excited to wait for my turn on the podium. But I hope that the county council and all the members realize how hard people fought to get rid of this rain tax or to alleviate it from the people in the county. And remember that, like I said, when it comes time for this money to be allocated for the people of the county, because it's the people of the county that they're the ones that you drive the bus, but the people of the county are the ones that make you drive the bus. And if you're not driving the bus the right way, we're going to tell you, don't drive it that way. But the fact of the matter is, all of these other entities are standing there with their hands out and want things like Hazleton. And I have to use that because they want things, but they don't want to cooperate with the rest of the county. But isn't Hazleton part of Luzerne County? I have to keep reminding myself, Hazleton is part of Luzerne County. They should be participating with the people in Luzerne County. It's not Hazleton County, it's Luzerne County. Don't they understand this? Please, they have to. You have to draw a big picture of Luzerne County and send it to the mayor, and send it to the people that are trying to tear the county apart. That's really, really, really bad. You know, they want to have their own entity. Let them provide funds for their own entity. I mean, I know a lot of people in Hazleton, and it's just really sad to see them tear apart the two entities, Hazleton and Wilkes-Barre. It's bad. And as far as that drug rehab, the people about drugs, they better go ahead down and talk to the governor, because he legalized all the marijuana and he legalized drugs. They're the people that they should go after. The people in the county that are taking the drugs, they should go after the governor of Pennsylvania. That's where they should start. Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Mr. Chairman, this is Mark Rabo speaking.
Go ahead, Mr. Abel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As somebody who has come to these meetings since the inception of Home Rule, I've been, for one, suggesting that I guess somebody was on. I don't know. Sorry, I don't know who that was. But as somebody who was attending these meetings since the inception of home rule, as somebody who comes from Hazleton City, lives in Hazleton City.
Stephen Cafferson, for 100.
All right. So, yeah, I think that Hazleton does belong in Luzerne County, and I think the vast majority of the people of Hazleton want to be in Luzerne County, but there's a small segment of individuals, and they happen to be a political group that don't want to be members of Luzerne County, and they don't even want to be part of Hazleton City. They just want to be a part of their own tribal, I don't know, colony or something like that. Probably old Rome, so to speak. So I think what needs to happen is, I think you got to delineate the people who live in Hazleton from that political group. That's number one. Number two is you need to have like as far as the stormwater fee goes, as someone who successfully fought against it while Mr. Yanuzzi, who presented the Flood Protection Authority stuff, can attest to, and he presented the stormwater fee for the city of Hazleton, which I successfully defeated, and a lot of other people helped as well. I think that that could be done here. But you need the state to come in, because the state was the one who gave the mandate, and Senator Gene Yaw, who happens to be the chairman of the Senate Environmental Committee, actually put, and I think, Mr. Chairman, I alluded to it at the last meeting, over $200 million out of the $7 billion that the state is getting in allocation is going to Lancaster County for their MS4, for their stormwater separation. So I think the county needs to go and talk to Senator Yaw about getting Luzerne County's share of that for their stormwater projects. Because I don't think it's fair for Lancaster to get a portion and Luzerne County and the rest of the counties in the Susquehanna watershed to get nothing. That is all I have, and I think that the zoning needs to be taken care of in Hazleton too. Thank you.
Jared, anyone else?
Mr. Chairman, Jason Carr, Saylorsburg, Pennsylvania.
Go ahead, Mr. Carr.
Oh, thank you. For whoever is remaining left on the phone call in the general public regarding the funds being dispersed through the COVID program, just keep this in mind as this process plays out. When the politicians such as Mr. McGinley or Romilda talk about infrastructure, that is code word for politicians giving their friends money. Always remember that as we go through this process. I would like to thank Harry Haas tonight and Mr. Griffith for shooting down Jeff Cusat, Mayor Jeff Cusat. You know, he runs Hazleton City like Boss Hogg from Hazard County. This past year, he spent over $3 million on fire engines that weren't needed. And he tried to propose in the middle of a pandemic a 35% tax increase on his citizens. There's plenty of money in Hazleton. There's no tax forgiveness needed down there. He just needs to learn how to run his city a little bit better, a little bit more efficiently. And I wanted to let Manager Crocamo know that I actually caught her and her friend, personal friend, Sean Shamani, charging that $100. I couldn't understand why Elite Revenue Services didn't charge it in Allentown. And now, I don't know, Romilda needs to understand she doesn't work for David Pedri anymore. She works for the taxpayers. She works for the citizens, all citizens of Luzerne County. So it's really disappointing to hear tonight that Romilda approved it, but never told council. That is sickening. And we caught you, Romilda. Don't let it happen again. And lastly, I would like to ask Mr. Schnee, to resign because I don't feel that he's that intelligent.
Well, Mr. Carter.
I don't believe he has the mental capacity to serve on the county council.
That's enough, Mr. Carter. Anyone else, Jared?
If there is, they have access to talk.
Okay. Anyone else on the line, please?
Mr. McGinley, a suggestion. If he doesn't have a question, that's it. He can't be abusing people here. He's been doing that for months.
That's inappropriate.
Do I have any legal action there, Vito?
Well, I mean, the public has a right to state their opinion. I think every member of the public has to be aware that they're individually responsible for their own comment. If they're defamatory, then by accusing people of crimes or those types of things, they're crossing the line, and that individual public official could take them to court. But, you know, this is an open forum. A public is supposed to have the right to speak. To be honest with you, it's comments like that that really end up making things very difficult as far as running a meeting.
Yes, I was going to bring this up before Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr's off.
Okay, no, but what my concern is, Vito, is we've received some nasty comments from Mr. Carr. And particularly lately with Matt Bowe's letter he wrote to Matt, which was disgraceful and disrespectful. And I was hoping that maybe I was hoping that perhaps council could write him a letter or publish it to anybody that when emails are written that are disgraceful and disrespectful, we won't respond to them.
Yeah, council has every right, each individual council member has every right to choose not to respond. You're accountable to the people who elected you, and you could make that individual decision as to what kind of conduct you will expect from your electorate when they're requesting things of you. It's a difficult situation to be put in to make a legal determination as to whether or not a member of the public has crossed a line. And many times their public speech could be hateful and angry, and we've experienced that over the years. I know since I've been here in '08. But if that's part of public opinion, again, though, when you cross the line to making personal attacks on people, when you're accusing people of corrupt behavior, of committing crimes, now you better get ready to notify your homeowner's insurance carrier, because there will be some public officials that have a little bit thinner skin at some point, or who had their thick skin pierced and may go after them. And that will be a very expensive lesson. So I have witnessed over my years of representing municipal entities many times where members of the public have come up to that line and stepped over it. And I can't say that if I was sitting in the shoes of the public official that I would not have gone after them. I think sometimes somebody has to be made an example of, and I would applaud any public official when they're accused of criminal activity, which of course, as you know, as a lawyer, is defamation per se. And it doesn't matter if you're a public official, if they are accusing you of crimes. I've witnessed some potentially actionable behavior on behalf of some of the members of the public. Mostly everyone is extremely respectful, but there are those that are crossing that line.
Thank you.
Well, we've had a long evening. I'm asking for a motion for adjournment.
So moved.
Ms. Howe, second. Mary, all in favor?
Aye.
Any abstentions? Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you.
Have a good night, everyone.
People have jobs? People have jobs?